just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle. Count on me, you're gonna have a good old Rob to talk you through all this. Two. Two, two, two. Check. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Remember that? Bringing that back. It's a new little catchphrase I was trying out for a little while. It didn't really take. Thinking about still bringing that back. Hello, hello. Think about that. Oh boy. What's up, everyone? Good evening. It's a night stream. Hello. Night stream, folks. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Anything going on? Anything in the news to talk about? Anything happening we want to discuss? I thought it would just be kind of a free form, kind of like a, probably like a 3-4 hour chit chat zone type of thing. That's what I was planning on today. I was told many years ago that history is over. Turns out, not so much. Turns out, not so much. I believe I'm going to drink tonight, formally withdrawing from No Alcohol Caucus. I have this bad boy here. I don't have a BLL. I was just at the grocery store and they only had it in like 12 packs. And it was like, I'm not spending $35 right now on a 12 pack of BLL just for like this one gimmick. Just for this one gimmick on the stream. Even though I do enjoy it. I do enjoy it unironically. I did pick up this, it's a Schafferhofer. Uns Schafferhofer. Little grapefruit, wheat beer, very low alcohol percentage. So this is like technically, you can have a toe in sober caucus and still drink this. Paradis, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Right off the bat, thank you so much, Paradis. I appreciate that a lot. And thank you, Wheeze, as well. The 3 months of Tier 1. I'm just going to go ahead and crack this right away. Let's dive into this. If you got a beverage, you got a water, it doesn't have to be beer or alcohol. You got a beverage, a beer, a wine, a juice, a water, a fizzy water, a seltzer, a crab juice, a coffee. Chin chin, everyone. I can't believe I said dip a toe. As soon as I say I can't even say that now. I can't even say it now. As soon as that came out of my mouth, I was like, God damn it. Chin chin. Well, that's nice. That's nice. Can't drink on a drive to a Mexican restaurant later. That sounds nice. So it sounds like a nice evening. What adverse health effects do you think could come from drinking those flavored fuzzy waters in excess of 12 per day? Pretty sure it's totally fine. Pretty sure that's A-okay to do. I wouldn't worry about it. I would invade you through your Donbass region. Oh my gosh. This is where we're getting started here. This is the night stream discourse. We see how it's different already. Okay, good news. What's the good news, HTA? Oh, okay, I see. Sorry. The health effects. Okay, gotcha. Yep. Off my game already. Yeah. I would go ahead and just continue drinking those. I'm pretty sure it's all right. Oh shit. Lol overruled. Big appearance in chat. You can expect these kind of celebrity appearances. This is how this gets really exciting. When we have huge TikTok celebrities like Alex Peters drop by. Very exciting. Very exciting stuff. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. How are you doing, Alex? Thanks for joining us. And congratulations on raising some funds for your clients. I saw you're raising funds for clients to pay for transport to get to hearings and stuff. I thought that was really cool. Good work, my friend. We're still going to have to work you into a guest spot in the show. We haven't figured that out yet. You just raised $10,000. Wonderful. Wonderful. The point is, you're coming in hot. You're coming in hot here. I respect it. I mean, I did do, literally yesterday, I did do like 5 straight hours of talking about this. You know, if you want to know my stance on this, you could also just take a look at that. I talked about this literally for 5 hours yesterday. And I'm sure I'm going to continue talking about it tonight. Rob, I noticed the stream title earlier this week included Putin bad. So my question is, are you still on the Russian side? This is the good question. Good question. Apparently I need that disclaimer. I need to put that disclaimer even bigger. It was there, but it was a little small. Some people didn't quite pick up on the subtlety of that. Some people didn't pick up on the subtlety of my Putin bad subliminal message that was there. We did watch the White Lady Mother thing. Yes, we did. Of course we did. Come on. Of course we did. Absolutely. And I believe after that was released, Putin immediately resigned. He was forced to resign in disgrace after that. So congratulations to her, because that was huge. The CNN Applebee's clip, that was really good. Hey Lana, things are very bad. Things are very bad, I agree. The point is, here's the thing, the point is, I'm not going to apologize for correctly pointing out the undisputable reality that there's a neo-Nazi problem in Ukraine. I'm sorry. That's just you don't have to like that. That's just the reality. There is. You know, it sucks, but it's true. Two things can't possibly be true. There's been plenty of like legitimate reporting on this. You can call that like Russian propaganda or whatever you want. There's been plenty of legitimate reporting on the neo-Nazi issue in Ukraine and the fact that Western governments, such as the Canadian government and the United States government, have been arming and funding and training these groups. No, there's not a Nazi problem everywhere. Oh, there's just a few bad apples. This is the only situation where you have the United States government and the Canadian government and Western governments arming and funding these groups deliberately and training them. Now, that doesn't mean that I think when Russia invades Ukraine and says we're doing it specifically because of this denazification process, that I just immediately take them at their word and think that that's the only legitimate reason that they're doing it. I don't think that. Okay? But we can't just pretend that that issue just doesn't exist just because it's inconvenient to us, just because it makes us feel uncomfortable. Okay? Yet there is a Nazi problem in Canada's military, which is also why I support defunding them.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Children of Cali.
Plunger Man, thanks for the tier 2. 5 months of tier 2 from Plunger Man. Thank you very much. Ukraine in 7. Russia will blow a 3-1 lead in a choke and will expose this Mickey Mouse invasion waged by Laputin. It's a nice thought, Coal Mine. I'm not so sure what's going to happen, though. I'm not so sure. It's not really looking too good. It's not really looking too good right now. We're pulling the Russian vodka from their stores. Again, so Putin's going to have to resign in disgrace right away. He's going to be so mad about this. Lenin and Stalin used the same denazification excuse to invade other countries and install puppet governments in the USSR and the Eastern Bloc. The point is, I'm starting to wonder what your Oppo was up to in the 30s and 40s. When I start hearing stuff like that, that's when I start asking. That's when I start hearing Kill Bill air raid sirens. I agree, Lana. We're gonna move on. Thanks for joining us, though. The point is, I appreciate your input. Thank you for your valuable insight. Stalin brutally denazified known non-Nazi Adolf Hitler. It would be nice if people got this upset when Western imperialists destroy nations, killing millions. I agree. I agree with that. This is my basic point yesterday, though, that I was making. Apparently, the point is, our friend of the stream, the point is, in the chat, didn't quite catch this. We can talk about this legitimate issue. We can point out the fact that this is a legitimate issue. It doesn't mean that I think when Putin says we're going to invade the country and, encircle Kiev and bombard all these military establishments in the name of this denazification process, it doesn't mean that I think he's being totally honest, that he's this honest actor, or he's some principled socialist that's carrying out this important duty. Rather than I think they're using this legitimate concern in order to, go through with this invasion, which, it has another of other benefits for them besides this, these noble pursuits that they're mentioning. I think 10 people total think he's a base leftist or whatever. Yeah, it's a pretty small crowd there. Okay, the point is, thanks for joining us. Appreciate having you. I appreciate your input. Take care. Okay, bye-bye. Okay. We're coming in hot here. Oh boy. I support all the troops. You're like Rob Lowe in that NFL hat. You know what I mean? This is Alex Peters here. Why do I always do every single time I do this? It's because I don't start off with the backgrounds. That's why. That's why I do it. This is Alex Peters when it comes to the troops. Doesn't matter which side. Okay? I'm just here to support people. That's all. Okay, signing off this weird alt. But believe me, I'll be back if feed come up. Fucking knew it. I don't know who this is. Damn it. Just love the gridiron game. Just a fan of the game. That's right. I got some late night Patriot intel that I had a date with my girlfriend. We had a picnic and watched Superbad. Nice coal mine. Had you ever seen that before? Pretty funny movie. I don't know how it's aged. I haven't seen it in probably 10, 15 years now. My 2 cents, if you take any side in this between any of the powers involved, you're a mark. Yeah, I mean, Lana, that's kind of the point that I was kind of trying to make yesterday. Because we've talked a lot on the stream while this has been heating up, while the propaganda war has been heating up about this, to talk about the context of it and to talk about, specifically because we're in the West, the last 30 years of Western interference in Ukraine, starting from the end of the Soviet Union in Ukraine and Russia, that has led to this exact situation. Starting from the end of the Soviet Union, going all the way through to like the Maidan protests and the overthrow of the Ukrainian government in 2014, the last 8 years of conflict in which the West has been pumping arms and funding and training into Ukraine this entire time. And I think it's important to point out that context and not shy away from that. It's not really popular right now to talk about that. It's not really popular to talk about these things. But, yeah, I think overall, though, this invasion that's happened, regardless of whether you think that there's like legitimate reasons for it, I mean, that's the thing. Putin is saying all these things, denazification. He's pointing to all these legitimate concerns, and they are legitimate. The NATO expansion, all this stuff, those are legitimate security concerns. That doesn't mean we need to take the Russian government and everything they say at face value and say, oh, they're just doing all this for like altruistic reasons. I mean, that's being a mark. That's being, I think, a PR person for the Russian government. And like they don't need me to be a PR person for them. They got plenty of PR people already. I think when you take everything they say at face value and saying they're only just doing it for these altruistic, legitimate reasons, and you just kind of like make these excuses, it's like, come on, that's being a mark. That's being a mark. It would be maybe one thing if there were some principled socialist country engaging in this like good faith exercise here, or like talking about these very legitimate concerns and like acting in this altruistic way. This is not like a principled socialist country. It's not a principled socialist leader. That is where I'm going to draw the line there. I will still talk about the context. I will still talk about the context of, this is such a funny thing to have on the screen while I talk about this. I will still talk about the context and how the West has contributed to this. I'm not going to shy away from talking about that. But I will draw the line at being a PR guy right now while they carry out this invasion, which is an escalation. It's a really dangerous escalation. No matter what you think about the Nazi problem in Ukraine, and there is a Nazi problem, no matter what you think about the government, and yes, it is kind of a Western puppet government. Yes, that's true. The reality is, though, average, ordinary people, families, are being kind of terrorized right now while the country's being bombarded, while Kiev is being encircled. I'm not going to sit here and support that or be PR guy for that. Putin keeps talking about how he hates Lenin and communism because it kind of created the Ukrainian SSR. He's not our guy. It doesn't matter to a bunch of these morons who just think that Russian equals communist equals evil. Yeah, I mean, that's important to point out as well. In his speech justifying this, he literally like shit on Soviet history and blamed the communists for helping create the situation in the first place by like supporting national self-determination in the Ukraine in the first place. Thanks for stopping by, Pissed. Tell your friend we said hello. And I got to say, as a Russian communist, the way people are here are talking about this makes me not want to go outside for a while. Lana, I've been taking heavy psychic damage. I've been taking heavy psychic damage from the Twitter timeline right now. It's really, especially the night of. It was like really just like a bad feeling. It's pretty rough. That is why drinks. That's right. It's pretty rough. And that's actually why I enjoy being able to come here to Twitch, where we can kind of talk about these things, talk about them at length, have little conversations, try and have productive conversations. I've seen, like, right now on Twitter, it's just everyone is just like looking for anyone that they can just be like, make an example of. It's like the first thing people do in this moment is like try to use this to like attack people that they don't like online. Right? Like I saw someone that I follow on Twitter, a Chinchillazilla, I think is that. Many of you probably follow her, and she had this really benign tweet. She had this really benign tweet about like I shouldn't have to go to work in World War III in a pandemic, and it's just like a shit posty tweet. It's not a big deal, and just like it got so many like quote tweets and screenshots, and people just like, oh, just getting so mad over it, and it's just like, what is the point of it? Like it's not a big fucking deal. Everyone is just like losing it. People are just losing it. Okay, so Alex just sent this. Like, I get that it is kind of funny. No, okay, not this. He didn't send this. He didn't send this. That's not true. Like, we understand people's desire. This is Patreon. We understand people's desire to support humanitarian activities in Ukraine. Patreon does not allow funds raised on the platform to be used to support violence or purchasing military equipment. But like, that was, I like disassociated when I saw that tweet originally that's like, I'm supporting the Ukrainian military on Patreon. I was like, what? Like, that's just like the weirdest thing. Why are people supporting? I understand people want to support refugees. People want to support people that are hurting right now. All that stuff. But like, we send this country like billions of dollars in arms and weapons like every single year. Why are you going? You don't need to sign up on Patreon to support the Ukrainian military. What? Yeah, I agree with Suki's mom on this. Kind of a dangerous precedent for Patreon to allow fundraisers for any military. Why are you sending money to the Ukrainian military? They get lots of money from Canada and the United States already. Like they're okay actually. You're not going to save Ukraine by signing up for the $10 per month fucking support tier on Patreon for the Ukrainian military. Please don't crowdfund your military, your weaponry, body armor, and medical supplies, even though you're being invaded right now. We don't support violence. Why should that? They get billions of dollars in aid. Biden right now is trying to sign off a package to send them several more $1 billion right at this moment. It's not violence if you're protecting yourself. Fucking people are so mad at this. People are really mad. Man, I don't know. I think there's probably other things that we could probably be crowdfunding for right now. The body they were raising money for body armor, not weapons. Oh, okay. Literally sending money to Nazis to fight probably other Nazis while France escalates things. Just stupid all around. I saw there was a number of other like fundraisers being passed around as well, which inevitably, once you dig into it for 5 seconds, you realize there's fascist militias benefiting from that as well. And it's like, you can be against what's going on now, absolutely, as I am. As I am, because, as I've said many times, Putin bad. As I've repeatedly said, Putin bad. Probably other way, that's like, I don't think there's any way that we can really help with that right now. And like, deciding to crowdfund for Ukraine right at this moment, I think is probably not the best way that we can all pitch in at the moment. These were all people on Tumblr 5 years ago screaming, why is no one talking about this, about a country they didn't know of a day before? It's very Coney 2012 vibes. Ukraine is literally at war right now. I can't take this shit seriously either. No. No, I cannot. Yeah, but it's just, Twitter is just in a hellhole right now. That's what I mean. It's like everyone is just like frothing at the bit to just go after anyone that they don't like at all over this. You're not talking about this enough. You're talking about it too much. It's tone deaf. Why are you shitposting? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? People are really just kind of losing it, aren't they? Not me, though. As always, I'm just calm, cool, and collected. But other people, though, are. Other people are. My favorite thing to do on Twitter is just not post. Just keep it simple here. I keep thinking maybe I'll go back and then things keep happening. Yeah, more and more I'm just kind of like, I retreat here, I retreat to Discord. It's just seeming less and less worth it to me. Here's something that I would like to talk about, though. And we can look at what's going on in Kiev as well. Like, Kiev right now there's crazy footage coming out from Kiev right now. We can actually look at one thing, because this is not like TOS or anything like that. But like, this is really wild. Just the sounds. It's fucking terrifying. And they were also just giving assault weapons out to like civilians today. So it's gonna be really, really, it's a really bad scene. ASB News has stated that there's a lot of infighting. Don't know if that's true, though. I mean, they seem fairly good at vetting stuff. So I don't know what, who knows. This is one of those things where I'm trying to just, like, wait, especially when it comes to stuff like this, to wait till more actual details come out. Because there's a lot of speculation and there's a lot of, like, misinformation floating around. Why would you hand weapons to untrained civilians to fight against the Russian army? Makes zero sense. Yeah. I don't know. It's really scary, though, and no good can come of this. And someone said, what if the Russians lose? And, like, I don't know. I don't know if that's really a possibility. It seems clear that the West is not getting involved, which is a good thing. It's a very good thing that is not happening, because that would obviously then just escalate to God knows what, like probably a global conflict, which was not something that's going to be good for anybody. Um, it does. I did see tweets and information that Russia now is like talking about negotiating. Um, they've released. I saw some of their like demands that leaked, which I think kind of makes sense, but probably would have made more sense to um talk about diplomatically before this crazy shit happened. They've talked about how they have lists of like war crimes that have happened in the Donbass and people that they want to prosecute for it. They've got evidence of all kinds of stuff, apparently, which they're talking about right now. I would have liked to have seen more of an effort to talk about that before an invasion and not after. Because I don't doubt that kind of stuff has happened. We can't downplay that either. As Ben said, it's tough because I just keep rapidly alternating between concern for the people of Ukraine and anger for the role the U.S. played in goading this. And yeah, I think we can hold both of these things in our minds at the same time. We can't. We definitely can't just hand wave. I know it's popular. It's very unpopular to talk about this stuff right now. We can't just hand wave away the role that we've played in egging things on at this point. I think we can hold these two ideas in our minds at the same time. And so, but a lot of these things that Russia's talking about, crimes that were committed in the Donbass, and talking about the shelling from the Ukrainian government that's been going on for 8 straight years, thousands and thousands of people killed. Like these are all legitimate things. These are all legitimate things, but that doesn't mean that like any of this is all right. You'll be okay, Clueless. Don't worry. You'll be all right. It's going to be okay. Just breathe. Breathe in through the nose. Out through the mouth. 3 or 4 times. You're going to be all right. But yeah, I mean, that's the point, is that there's a lot of very legitimate things that Russia could be talking about right now when it comes to the Western intervention, or when it comes to the actions that have happened over the last 8 years since 2014. Thousands of people have died. I mean, it's not nothing. Like, it's not insignificant. People aren't going to be as willing to listen. I mean, it's not like they were that willing to listen before, but like, again, after this escalation, it's going to be, I think, a lot trickier to have these conversations, but I do want to talk about this. I would like to talk about this. Just give me one moment here while I get some shit together here. This is beyond frustrating. This kind of stuff. And this is the kind of chauvinism that I think allows us to morally, or not us in particular, but like us in the West, to morally grandstand about this invasion and the violence that's happening right now, and say, how could Putin do this? How could Russia do this? It must be part of the devious authoritarian Russian mind. They just love bloodshed, don't they? And this moral grandstanding, while our government like openly engages in this exact activity all the fucking time. We arm and fund the Saudis while they bomb and starve and commit genocide in Yemen. We arm and fund the Israelis while they commit ethnic cleansing in Palestine. keep Palestinians in an open air prison camp. They bomb that 3-4 times a year with our full support, our full diplomatic support. We pay for the bombs that they do it. And then we morally grandstand about this. And it's part of this same sort of phenomenon that we're seeing here with now the conversation about refugees, about Ukrainian refugees. Is that the Poland flag? Can someone remind me? Moldova. Okay, thank you. So we have first citizens arriving in Moldova with over 4,000 crossings today. The government has deployed temporary placement centers near Palanka and Oknitia. Our borders are open for Ukrainian citizens who need safe transit or stay. More than 50,000 Ukrainian refugees have fled their country in less than 48 hours, a majority to Poland and Moldova, and many more are moving towards its borders. Heartfelt thanks to the governments and people of countries keeping their borders open and welcoming refugees. Ukrainian refugees can enter the EU without a visa. The neighboring states, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Moldova are prepared to welcome Ukrainian refugees. Spread the word. Ukraine, stand with Ukraine. Wales ready to welcome refugees from Ukraine displaced by Russian invasion. When you think about this shit, and first of all, I'm saying like, yeah, we should, the EU, I'm glad that they're supporting, I'm glad that they're bringing in Ukrainian refugees. This is certainly going to spark a refugee crisis. It's good that these countries are opening their borders. This is a good thing. When you think about this in the context of the refugee crisis of the last 20 years, like we talked about the war on terror, right? The war on terror, 37 million refugees, 37 million people displaced. And the way that these people have been fucking treated like vermin. People have been like, these countries have been, putting them in, stashing them in camps. These people are washing up on the shores of the Mediterranean. They're washing up in the English Channel. No one cares. These white nationalists have been using this to recruit and recruit more people and fundraise and all this stuff. This has been a huge topic now in Europe for the last 10, 15 years. Like the Syrian refugees. And the idea that they're like, oh, now we can just open the border. Come on in. You don't need a passport. Come on in. Open borders. Bring it up. Come on. Bring it on in here. No problem. The way that we're talking about Ukrainian refugees versus the way we talk about refugees from Syria or Afghanistan or Iraq or any of those other places where the West, once again, has been relentlessly bombing these places for now years and years and years. The discrepancy between the way these two groups have been treating, it's really sick. It's fucking disgusting. Didn't the UK and the EU almost sanction Belarus over their border with Poland because they let refugees through like a month ago? That's right. I mean, I feel like the conversation about refugees and immigrants in the UK has been fucking unhinged for like years now. The way that we're talking about refugees from Ukraine and just this idea of like, oh yeah, open borders. No one should be illegal. You don't need a passport. Come on in. When we treat from people in Ukraine versus the way we treat people from like Syria or Afghanistan or Iraq or elsewhere, it's honestly just sickening. It's incredibly blatant and incredibly racist. Or Haiti or Colombia. Thank you. I mean, yeah, talk about the migrant crisis on the southern United States border. Like, again, it's the same thing where the West causes the destabilization. You have America causing destabilization in El Salvador and Nicaragua and Venezuela, and these places in this on the southern border, which inevitably leads to these migrant caravans. And then you have right-wing media freaking out about this idea of migrant caravans for months and using that to make all kinds of hay and make all kinds of crazy headlines and stories about that, with the dangerous illegals coming to America who literally, again, are refugees in the first place because of America. And yeah, so then these people show up in the United States. They get put in concentration camps. You get children being put in concentration camps in the United States border, which is still going on, by the way. I know it's been convenient for our liberal friends to move on from that and pretend that that's not going on anymore, but it very much still is. It very much still is. So in the same way that we destabilize Central and South America and then treat the refugees that come to the United States like fucking garbage, it's the same thing where we destabilize Syria and Libya and Iraq and Afghanistan and all these places in the Middle East and elsewhere. And when that creates, of course, huge refugee crises as well, like we talked about repeatedly, the 37 million refugees as part of the war on terror, and then they get treated like fucking vermin when they're trying to leave these war-torn and destabilized countries that we fucking created. These war-torn and destabilized situations that we created. But then when our bad guy, when an official enemy country does this stuff, it does something remotely similar and creates its own refugee crisis, well, come on in, we open the doors when it's in a white country, a country of predominantly white people. Cue the Family Guy meme with the colors of skin that the media should care about. Yeah, that's really what it is. What refugee crisis should we care about? And you have the different skin tones, and as soon as it goes below a certain tone, it's like, well, that's when we got to get really scared about the drugs and the scary terrorists coming in and criminals, violent criminals, all that kind of stuff. But Rob, it's different this time. This isn't a black and white issue. There are shades of nuance. Don't let these commies color review on this refugee thing. And it is just a bunch of fucking hypocrites using Ukraine and Eastern Europe generally as a football for the little imperial territorial resource conflict. I do not need to hear any more crocodile tears from these motherfuckers. They don't give a fuck. Well, that's what came up a lot yesterday when I was talking about this, Lana. Like watching Chrystia Freeland's press conference and stuff. And I think she talked about the rules-based international order like 4 or 5 times. The rules-based international order. And oh my God, Russia has violated the rules-based international order. And it's really terrible that they've done this. You know, Canadians, what was she said that made me having like a completely iconic reaction face to it? Canadians built that rules-based international order because they care about the world and that kind of stuff. But of course, yeah, now the evil Russian boogeyman are the ones that are violating that. And I have zero sympathy for these Western politicians that are crying about the fucking rules-based international order right now. Again, as I pointed out yesterday, I'll point it out again today. The people that control this rules-based international order, they don't actually follow any of these so-called rules that constitute this quote-unquote rules-based international order. They want full power to control who is in this international order, who is not in it, who's allowed to follow these rules, who's allowed to break the rules. They want to be in complete control about that. And when they freak out about situations like this, it's not out of concern for human rights, although maybe it is, because Chrystia Freeland does actually care about the human rights of the fascists in Ukraine that are getting held at gunpoint right now. But what they really care about is the fact that they're losing control of this narrative, and they're losing control of this ability to decide who does and does not qualify to be part of this quote-unquote international order that follows these rules, apparently. And a lot of people are missing the issue to me. They're like, well, of course, they're white and Christian. But the thing is, the West presents their value as universal and colorblind. But there instead of presenting it honestly as the racialized framework it really is. For example, Europe is made because they have decided that Ukraine is Europe and thus civilized, when Russia is basically un-European and thus uncivilized. Yeah. Yeah, that's how they view these things. More like the tool-based international border. Oh my. Oh my goodness. We're talking about ordering dinner over here. I'm pissed off and sad, so I want something disgusting. Sound off with suggestions. I would say maybe Booztan. Lana, is that an option for you where you are right now? Are you in the Booztan delivery zone? That's what I would say. Tonight I got a rotisserie chicken. I usually order on Fridays, but because I had to do the stream and I had other stuff going on, and also just the roads are really terrible right now. Just got a rotisserie chicken. Made a little salad, had some rotisserie chicken, a little macaroni salad on the side. Booztan is an option. I want like pizza covered in tacos and spaghetti and ice cream. Part of it is that the media covers the horrors of this aggression and pretends Palestine, Yemen, etc. aren't happening, or if they are, the people are terrorists and not white, so it's justified. That's been the really like deranged thing to me about this. And I'm trying to have some synthesis between recognizing that this invasion is like it's a dangerous escalation. You know, it's scary. I'm not going to support, average civilians who have nothing to do with the Nazi problem in Ukraine and have nothing to do with the Donbass. They have nothing to do with the Ukrainian government. They have nothing to do with the NATO expansion, all of this stuff, all these legitimate concerns that we've been going over on the stream. The people that are being terrorized right now have nothing to do with that. So I'm trying to keep that in mind and hold some space to express solidarity to these folks because no one deserves to go through this kind of shit. But the thing that's been really fucking up my brain is, just this idea, the moral grandstanding right now, or the freaking out about what we're seeing in Ukraine right now, which is scary, but this idea that painting Russia to be some uniquely bad, evil, scary place. And it's this inherently chauvinistic viewpoint, right? It's this people are taking this viewpoint where it's like, yeah, we do bad things, but at least we're not this scary, authoritarian, terrible, violent Russians. And it's just like, do you not know what we do? Do you not know what our government does every day? Every single day, It's really, really hard for me to grasp this idea that people are framing Russia as if they're this uniquely terrible, bad, violent place, and just totally ignoring all the violence. If we think right now what we're seeing is violence, and it is violent, we subsidize much worse things. I'm sorry, but it is worse. What is happening in Yemen right now? Worse. This is not some week-long invasion. I don't know how long it's going to go on. I don't want to downplay the seriousness of it. But Palestine, look how Palestine's been going on for decades. This open-air prison camp, which we pay for, and the always constant bombing of it. We pay for this. Where kids die every fucking day. We pay for this. Yemen, where there's this mass starvation. There's old diseases like cholera coming back and affecting children. This is a genocidal war, and we pay for it. And it's not just been going on for a few days, it's been going on for years. And it truly is just I don't really get it, how people are able to morally grandstand about this. Putin is cynically using legitimate concerns about Nazis to justify an invasion, and it's hard to acknowledge that the concerns are real, but the reaction is evil. Yeah, I mean, that's the synthesis I've been trying to come up with here. I know it doesn't please everybody. There's people that want me to denounce, and there's people that want me to support. And I'm afraid I can't. This is not a black and white situation. But I do find it intensely hypocritical. This idea that the way that people are talking about Russia right now, like it's this uniquely evil place. Considering the stuff that we subsidize and pay and do ourselves every single day for years and years and years. It's really sick. You don't understand what Putin was talking about. Okay, well, enlighten me. On one hand, I think Putin is a terrible, cynical asshole playing a geopolitical game with people's lives and possibly opening up a really dangerous can of worms, but also the racism and hypocrisy of the liberal order and fear I'm going to have to justify myself as a Russia person to people here who know absolutely nothing and think they're the heroes of history makes me want to fucking die. It's been really painful. It's been really painful to watch a lot of this stuff unfold. It's been very bad discourse. They're trolling that hypocrisy, and we're either rhetorically paralyzed or in denial. Or both. People here really, really hate Russians, man. It makes any intelligent conversation impossible. And yeah, it's like, Lana, when the whole Russiagate phenomenon was going on, I thought it was bad, but I don't think I realized the extent to which there was like a groundwork being laid to build something even more sinister on top of that. Which we're seeing now pay off in fucking spades. Good job on the Wordle Impactified. No spoilers, no Wordle spoilers. I still have not figured out the word today. I'm having a very difficult time with this one today. Hey, Squatch Drew. Yeah, evening stream. Hell yeah. I'm not cheating. I will figure it out. But I find it extremely difficult. Yeah, Red Scary. I mean, this is a good point. This is easy. He can be wielding something cynically that is actually true. I don't know what's so difficult to understand about this. Like I had people saying over and over in the Chaos stream yesterday, saying, "Rob, you're doing Russian propaganda. Why are you? All these things you're saying are all Russian. That's what the Russian propagandists are saying." And it's literally just like, all I'm talking about is the legitimate facts of what has happened. Like that's literally all we're doing. You can't just say, look, that's a fact that I don't like because Russian propagandists are using this to do other stuff that I don't like. We're literally just talking about the historical context of what is going on here. You can't understand this invasion without understanding this context, the context of the last 10 years and the context of the last 30 years since the fall of the Soviet Union. I know it's not popular right now, but it is really crucial to understand, hold this context to understand why this is happening right now. Yeah, you can go back even farther than that. Squatch. Like, you can go back to World War II. You can go back to the fucking Russian Revolution. And still, you can go all the way back there. Okay, here's something else that I wanted to look at. I posted this in the Discord earlier. And again, this is when it comes back to I think the line we have to walk right now between acknowledging the legitimate concerns here acknowledging the legitimate context of this, of the fall of the Soviet Union, the looting of Russia by Western capitalists, the expansion of NATO after destroying the Soviet Union and after looting the country and still expanding NATO right up to their borders, the Maidan, the coup in 2014, the whole last 8 years of conflict in the Donbass. All of these things, very, very, very relevant. But like Red Scare is pointing out, that doesn't mean just because this stuff is true, it's not being wielded by Putin very cynically in this case. And I think this post by Mark Ames is interesting. And this is why I think we have to keep in mind we shouldn't be doing, even though we can talk about this context and acknowledging it, and we can and should do that and continue to do it, we should not act as PR people for the Russian government right now, because they are using these legitimate concerns in a very cynical way, I think. Like Mark Ames said, used to be an open secret how much Putin's military thinking studied and borrowed from U.S. humanitarian interventions. Shock and awe. Neither side wants to talk about that anymore, but you see it all over this invasion. And it's the same thing. It's not just about shock and awe, the military strategy, but it's about covering up the military strategy with this, with the rhetoric about human rights and these humanitarian things, and saying like, oh, it's because of denazification. And it's about, and saying it's about for all these noble purposes. It's about protecting civilians in the Donbass. It's about stopping the bloodshed, humanitarian mission. That's propaganda. It doesn't mean that there's not elements of truth to it. Of course there is. But we do have to keep in mind that we can acknowledge this context while still not totally making excuses for the Russian government when they go through this escalation, this like dangerous escalation. Yeah, people might as well be like, Soviet propaganda about how the U.S. treated black people in the U.S. South is being wielded cynically. Like, okay, yeah, but it was true. And in that case, when it comes to the Soviet Union, I don't think it was being cynical. I genuinely think there was like a genuine concern. And they were making very legitimate points about how they were being persecuted by the U.S. while they themselves were carrying out these like horrible racist policies of ethnic cleansing and terrible things. Like that's the thing. I'm way more willing to listen to these kind of arguments when it's coming from, the Soviet Union versus when it's coming from this like capitalist kind of oligarchy state. I work for an international freelance service, and yesterday they sent out an email on how they can't do anything for anyone in areas where sanctions are happening. And they're so sorry. It made me fucking sad. Fuck sanctions. They only hurt the working class. And here's what we're seeing right now. Adobe cult is like these like leftists who are like, oh, I'm against imperialism. Of course, I'm against NATO. But they're still taking this stance of, because this invasion is bad, we have to do something. And I don't know how they're not making that connection. Yeah, I'm against imperialism. Of course, I'm against death to America and all that stuff. I'm against American imperialism and hegemony. But this invasion is bad, so what are we doing about it? What do we got to do? We got to sanction them. Where are these sanctions? That's it. We don't need to do anything. We should not be doing anything. Us doing stuff has directly contributed to this exact situation. We actually need to stop doing things. Is more like what we need to be doing. And I've seen people saying, like I think Jagmeet Singh's talked about this, cutting Russia off from the SWIFT banking system. Now, I'm not like a financial expert or anything, so I don't know if anyone's like more familiar with this stuff in the chat that can speak on this. But cutting Russia off from the whole international banking system would like be devastating for regular people in Russia who need to like use any bank and like take out funds. Right? Like, this would be fucking devastating. And not only for Russia, but would most likely wreck the entire global economy. I mean, already with these sanctions that they're proposing right now are probably going to wreak havoc on the global economy. Like we talked about yesterday, the idea of like the energy situation, the energy costs, the huge amount of natural gas and other supplies that Russia supplies to big chunks of Europe, which are now just going to be completely thrown into chaos. And we've seen in France and in numbers of other places what the increase in energy prices can do to like drive people completely fucking crazy. We are going to see already just from the sanctions they're talking about right now, we are going to see some crazy extreme consequences from this. There's a reason the EU voted against it. Yeah. They cut Greece off from SWIFT when they said fuck the loan conditions of the IMF, an actual member of the EU. I mean, a lot of what's going on, like what you're saying right now, and a lot of what we're seeing in Ukraine right now is just yet another example. Yet another example of why you don't cut deals with the United States of America. You don't cut deals with the West. Look at Ukraine right now. It's like they've done as Mearsheimer was pointing out. That's the whole reason that Mearsheimer clip is really important, I think. Because the West held Ukraine's hand now over the last 10 years to encourage them to like do what they want, to become more of a Western puppet colony, to get tough with the Russians. They've led them down this path. And Ukraine's like, okay, yeah, we're going to do what the West says. Sure. And then, as Mearsheimer said, they're going to get wrecked. And what is happening now? They're getting wrecked, and the West is like, nothing we can do. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. You're on your own. We can offer you some sanctions. Can we offer you sanctions? And maybe a little bit of aid? I mean, it just goes to show. I don't know how many times this kind of shit needs to happen for these countries to learn this basic lesson. This is exactly what happened to Georgia as well, 10 years ago or whatever. They lead them down this path to destabilize their enemy, and then when they get fucking wrecked over it, they say, "Oh, well, not our problem. Sorry. Thoughts and prayers. Can I interest you in a GoFundMe? We got a couple GoFundMes going to help you out." It's really bad having SWIFT, the only international banking system, and it being based in the West. It is really bad, and it's Baldwin's Ghost. That's one of the reasons that I support the rise of China as this new global economic power, because I do think that they are trying to resolve that little problem, right? I do think that there is something in the works right now, an alternative financial system that they can get all these countries off the US dollar. That's a big part of what this multipolar world order is. And this is the tricky thing to talk about. This is the tricky thing to talk about, especially right now. Like it's tricky, okay? I've spent the last like year and a bit. I've spent the last year and a bit talking about the rise of this multipolar world order and why I support it and why I welcome the decline of the US empire and I welcome the decline of the imperialists and that I encourage actually further Western destabilization. I've talked about this a lot. I've not been shy about where my personal allegiances are on this. And this new kind of like anti-imperialist sort of global alliance that's forming between these disparate countries that are kind of starting to join together to push back against the ability of the America to use sanctions on them, like Venezuela, Iran, Nicaragua, Cuba, China, Russia, and all these places. And I have been supportive of this. And, you know, I've talked about this invasion, how I think it's a dangerous escalation. I don't support it. You know, I'm against war, and this is a war, and I don't support that. There's civilians suffering, there's civilians being terrorized as a result. I don't support it, regardless of whatever legitimate reasons there are for starting it. But I'm not going to let my concerns about this, I'm not just going to reorient my whole worldview overnight and say, well, maybe this whole multipolar world order thing was like a big mistake. Because the reality is I still do support this. And I still know where my personal allegiances are on this. And that is the tricky thing right now. That is the tricky thing to try and carve out a sort of space to talk about this stuff, to denounce specifically this kind of escalation that we're seeing, but to still, I do still intend to hold the line, as it were, and to continue supporting this multipolar world order, which is overall globally is a good thing, irrespective of what is going on right now in Ukraine. Overall, this is still a positive development. Overall, I do still welcome the decline of America and its partners as this kind of global police force. And as we were saying, even if we're uncomfortable with this invasion, as I've mentioned many times, Putin bad. Also, I've mentioned that as well. In case anyone's watching, they're not sure about this. I do think Putin is bad. I think he's bad, folks. Regardless of any of that, though, when you talk about that multipolar world order, this is what it looks like, okay? And part of what is happening right now in this with this invasion and this escalation, it is kind of exposing the West as being kind of feckless, and they're not really able to respond to it in any way, and everyone kind of sees that. Why do you want America to decline? Because America is the kind of head of the snake of the global criminal cartel that represents the kind of formerly colonialist countries. They're violent imperialists. They've controlled and dominated the entire world for the last several decades. They've killed millions and millions of people in imperialist wars and invasions and destabilization efforts and coups. And I'm against that. And Canada's been a big part of that as well. And Male Rights USA, you were saying some fucked up shit the other day, talking about that anti-trans legislation. It made everyone super uncomfortable. So take care. Goodbye. My boss asked me about the Ukraine situation, gave me some brief history of NATO and the civil war in the Donbass region, but felt like it was stepping on eggshells. Luckily, she was receptive to hear some info. Yeah, I mean, it's nice that at least some people are a little bit more receptive to this, but the consent manufacturing machine right now is going in overdrive. It is really, really fucking scary to see it, And there's a lot of people that I kind of like and respect that I see just getting kind of sucked into this. Like I said, not even saying, oh, I support war, or I support escalation, but still taking this chauvinistic viewpoint of like, oh yeah, we're bad, but not as bad as these other countries. Or like, oh yeah, we're bad, but at least we're not doing this kind of stuff, or this kind of thing, I'm not on board with that. I find that really makes me really uncomfortable, this idea. And seeing people that I know and respect kind of getting pulled into this is very fucking disturbing. And it's definitely giving me Iraq War vibes. This moment where right now it's so difficult to have any dissenting voice. Anyone that brings up any of this context about NATO or the fall of the Soviet Union, looting Russia, the Donbass.
You can count on me. You're going to have good
Ukraine
old Rob
neo-Nazis,
to talk
any of
you
this
through all
stuff.
this.
Anyone that points this out is like, bah, fuck you, I hate you. How could you say that? Russian propagandists. And it's like, it's very, very disturbing. Torgo Saves, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. I'm losing respect for people. I see your likes and shit. I'm afraid there are many comrades I can't trust anymore. It's the consent manufacturing machine is indeed going burr right now to an extent that it has not, I think, for many years. And we, like John McCain's Ghost, you're totally right. Russiagate prepared America for this. And
You've
I feel
just
in
become
hindsight,
an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Oh my goodness gracious. My goodness gracious, Squatch Drew. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Poggers. Oh my goodness. I'm glad you're fighting against the grain. Definitely Iraq war vibes with the coverage so far. And not just the coverage, but the way that people are getting like pulled into it. American primacy is a hell of a drug.
You've just
ignoring
become an
Palestine,
elite member of the Friendship
ignoring
Triangle.
Mali. Yeah, ignoring France doing imperialism and colonialism right now. Still. Killing people in Africa still.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to
gosh.
talk you through all this.
Carrier wave.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Bits are free. Carrier wave.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
My goodness. Carrier wave, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that a lot, Carrier wave. Moss World, thanks for gifting a sub. Appreciate that a lot. Calm Like a Tom, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Very, very kind of you, Calm Like a Tom. Bonsai Prince Buddy, thank you for the tier 1 sub.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
More like tools-based international board dir. Has anyone said that?
Impactified, thanks for the 100 bits. Alana Nana, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so, so much, Alana Nana. I really appreciate it. Doc Hollywood, Doc, thank you for the 200 bits. More like tools-based international board dir. Okay. Rob just hates it when you interrupt him with sub alerts. That's right. I'm trying to have an important discussion here about these important geopolitical events. These important geopolitical events. And people are very rudely interrupting me while I'm trying to talk about this shit. Very frustrating. Everyone is anti, and I saw Zyberau. I saw Midwestern Marks tweet something about this. Everyone is anti-imperialism in hindsight, but it is tough to be anti-imperialist when the war propaganda is rolling out. And yeah, I really agree with that. Although I would say, and Midwestern Marks, I don't know totally what's up with those guys. I mean, I really like that guy Eddie and his TikToks that he was doing about imperialism and about these foreign policy issues. I do think that they're like Maupinites or whatever. I see them retweeting like these Jackson Hinkle guys and everything. To me, as much as I agree with that sentiment, I think that crowd is veering into Russian government PR. I think a little bit to the extent that makes me a little uncomfortable. I do appreciate that sentiment though. Like I said, like I still I am still staying on my square here when it comes to defending this new multipolar world order. I think that's really important. I'm not going to stop believing that just because this invasion happened. I will draw the line though at doing PR for Vladimir Putin, who I think is bad. I do think it's bad. I do think he's bad. They have multiple people running the Twitter, but yeah, their connection to Caleb is cringe. Yeah. And I've talked about those guys before too. It's like, I find I agree with a lot of their stances on foreign policy, but it's like they get off in that weird patriotic socialism thing. There's a whole lot of weird shit going on with that do not want anything to do with. Maupen has a history of cyanide level takes pure bulks. Doesn't he have a book that's like, it gets into like JQ kind of stuff? Like kind of heavily, I don't want to slander anyone, but kind of heavily, not the way that anti-Semitism has been used as like a weaponized way to attack people, but like the real shit. He was on RT the other day, so the PR for Putin angle is pretty accurate. Yeah. I don't know. I do not fuck with those guys. Thanks very much for contributing to the hype train, everybody. I appreciate it a lot. Very, very kind and generous community, this. Here's another thing that I'd like to take a look at as well. I got a couple things that I'd like to take a look at. This also, I think, is pretty important to keep in mind, okay?
Tell us how you put the skits together.
We don't do skits, Mom. Skits are when the football players dress up as the cheerleaders and think it's wit. Sketches are when some of the best minds in comedy come together and put on a national television show that's watched and talked about by millions of people.
Don't you talk to your mother like that.
I'm trying to tell you, you're standing in the middle of the Paris Opera House of American television.
Well, that's swell, Tom, but your little brother is standing in the middle of Afghanistan.
Okay. I'm sorry. You know what I would like to see is okay, this is genuinely fucked up. So as we saw, Putin is now saying, like, and again, I think this probably would have made, personally, if I was a geopolitical advisor to the Russian government, would probably have suggested that they do this before the invasion. But now that they are saying that they want to talk and they want to sit back down and hammer out an agreement. And now you have the U.S. State Department coming out and saying, no, we don't want no more diplomacy, no diplomacy. Ukrainian President Zelensky and Russian President Putin are discussing a place and time to hold talks, according to a spokesperson. The spokesperson also added that Ukraine is ready to talk about peace and a possible ceasefire. Earlier today, the U.S. State Department cast doubts about whether Russia had legitimate plans for diplomacy, saying Russia must stop bombing Ukraine first. Now we see Moscow suggesting that diplomacy take place at the barrel of a gun or as Moscow's rockets, mortars, artillery target the Ukrainian people. Not real diplomacy. They're not the conditions for real diplomacy. I mean, I would think that, yeah, if they were going to sit down, they would probably stop the actual assault before that was happening, but you can still see that they are very uncomfortable with this idea, even though they have suggested this. We can take a look at this tweet from Jay Watts as well, a friend of the stream, Jay Watts. Which talked about... See, these are the kind of takes. This is why I've been staying off Twitter. These are the kind of takes that are floating around now on Twitter at the moment. If that's the case, having a stockpile of nukes at the ready means no diplomacy America engages in is valid either. That's exactly right, yeah. Surely America would never engage in diplomacy while bombing someone. They would just never do anything like that. This is what Twitter looks like right now. So you just stay away from it. Let me see if I can find this. Yeah. This is from someone Jay knows in Kiev, which says, I don't know how valid this is. This is from Jay. You know, I trust Jay. I don't know if you trust him. You don't have to. This is from a comrade of Jay's in Kiev. As the office of Zelensky announced the demands from Russia to enter negotiations. 1. Disband all nationalist and neo-Nazi formations. Recognition of Crimea as Russian territory. Recognition of Donetsk and Lugansk Republic as independent republics in the borders of the entire Donetsk-Lugansk regions. Neutral status and refuse from NATO aspirations forever. Russian language as official second language. Complete demilitarization. And this is exactly what Mearsheimer was kind of saying, right, in 2015, saying how to resolve this crisis. Like, instead of getting more hostile with Russia, what Ukraine should be doing is being neutral and and acting as a neutral state. That's what's going to avoid this big conflict, as he was saying, which never happened. And that's what I mean. A lot of these requests, I think, are kind of along those lines. Stop being a Western puppet, get rid of your military, recognize these regions, Crimea and these breakaway republics. And again, this is what in that Mearsheimer clip, this is exactly what he was saying needed to happen in order to avert the exact conflict that we're seeing right now. I must say I doubt that any of this is going to come to pass, but and I know a lot of people in the West would not be happy about this. I would be willing to call these requests pretty reasonable. I think it becomes less reasonable after this invasion that's happened. I think that complicates things a lot. Otherwise, though, I mean, I think in terms of the legitimate security concerns that are at play here, this does address all those legitimate security concerns. And they could have done this a while ago and avoided a whole lot of bloodshed. But again, the West has been encouraging them over and over. The West is like that guy in the schoolyard. The West has been the guy in the schoolyard encouraging someone to go punch the bully in the nose. Like, yeah, go get him. Go kick his ass. And we're going to back you up. Go do it. Come on. Go get him. And then when it happens and the guy starts getting his ass kicked, they're like, oh, can't believe this. I can't believe this happened. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the US wants it to be another Afghanistan. I'm sure that's what they would prefer, which shows again that they don't actually give a fuck about people in Ukraine. They would rather turn Ukraine into a war-torn hellhole quagmire that the Russian government is stuck in. That would be much more beneficial to them than this kind of situation, which would save countless lives. I wonder if the right sector leader saying during Minsk II that he will never support any agreement and won't rest until the Russians in eastern Ukraine are all dead or deported has something to do with this. And that's the other thing, Lana, that we're just not allowed to talk about right now, which are the crimes that have been committed over the last 10 years as part of this conflict. While there has been efforts to achieve this peaceful solution, there's been major crimes committed. There was serious crimes committed during the Maidan in the first place, when leftists and trade unionists and people were being attacked and killed. There's been thousands of people that have been killed during this conflict as well. And we're just not allowed to mention this now. We're not allowed to talk about this. There was a congressman in the U.S. that said they want to use Ukrainian partisans just like the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. Disgusting ghoul shit. This leaked a couple weeks ago. How the CIA wanted to train Ukrainians. I'm sure these exact fucking neo-Nazis that have been arming and training. They wanted to train them to do Ukrainian gladio basically and stay behind enemy lines in case of an invasion and do terrorism. And it's where have we've seen this playbook before. We've seen this countless times. We have seen this so many fucking times. And yeah, apparently I have seen that as well, Granite Marcus. They want actual people that are responsible for some of these crimes punished and tried. And when Ukraine collapses into a sectarian hellscape in 20 years, the people who egged this on will go, oh, we could not have possibly known. Mea culpa. Yeah, exactly. It's the same way, Lana, that the collapse of the Soviet Union destroyed people's lives in Ukraine. We talked about this a lot yesterday. We talked about it a lot on the stream. And the collapse of the Soviet Union was not some random event that happened in a vacuum. It didn't just happen because of Soviet mismanagement or because communism doesn't work, as many people as the propaganda tells us. This is a deliberate project on the part of the West who spent almost a century minus the few years of World War II when they were on the same side, spent basically an entire century, almost, spending hundreds of billions of dollars and pouring countless resources into this Cold War to ensure that the Soviet Union would collapse. And it destroyed the economy in Russia. It destroyed the economy in Ukraine. It destroyed people's lives and led to the rise of fascism and led to the rise of Putin and all these things. And now I'm sure rather than achieve a peaceful solution, which is still a possibility at this time, they would much rather turn that into yet another war-torn hellscape. They would just rather train and arm these fucking extremist militia groups to carry out acts of terrorism, which is just going to destroy the country. It's going to destroy millions of people's lives, and they don't care. They don't give a shit. Yeah, and now China's pushing for negotiation. It's pushing to de-escalate this. And of course, we'll never get credit for it. Somehow this is the fault of communism. This is what mom and dad said. Well, that's what they teach us in the history books, isn't it? Wait a second, though. The 100 years of history USSR was all cool, was it? One thing that I think happened in that period that you're talking about, Pazel 100, is defeating the Nazis. The USSR defeated the Nazis under Stalin. Under, evil, scary Stalin. Oh no, can't say anything good about that guy. Terrible, evil person. Was the leader that led Russia during that period while 20 million civilians died, 20 million citizens died, defeating the Nazis, while America was sitting on its fucking ass, figuring out which way things were going to go before they jumped in. And when you talk about the collapse of the Soviet Union, Pazel as well, this is the thing I often go to when we talk about these things. In the 90s, when the Soviet Union collapsed, look at every measurable standard of living standards. And it just dropped like a fucking stone. Life expectancy, healthcare, alcoholism, drug addiction, human trafficking, education. It was a massive, world historic, unprecedented human rights disaster. And you can see if you look at those things prior to the Soviet Union existing, was a huge, led to a massive, unprecedented rise in living standards, including under Stalin, frankly. You can look at a line of life expectancy in Russia while Stalin was in the leader of the country, and it goes up like this. That's just the reality, okay? And that's not to say everything that happened under Stalin or under the Soviet Union was great or perfect, or that bad things never happened. But we do have to understand, though, that we do need to understand, though, that there's been a lot of propaganda about this period, and that all the Western propaganda that we've all been inundated with for our whole lives, which is designed to convince us that communism and fascism are two kind of similar things that are both part of just about killing people and murdering and death and violence, and are basically the same thing with a few different aesthetics. That's been a deliberate propaganda project. All Western propaganda is based on this idea, so that we can then we can take the conclusion from only Western capitalist liberal democracy is the only possible way to ever do anything. That's the only way that treats people well and good things happen. And yeah, under the USSR, millions of Russians were killed fighting Nazis. And in this big black book of communism, where we get a lot of this information about all the terrible things that happened in the USSR, a lot of people that died were Nazis and fascists. Not every single person, certainly. And like I said, it's not that bad things didn't happen. But there's been a concerted propaganda effort in our society, in our culture, to convince us certain things about this, which are distortions of the reality that actually happened. Outside the war years, millions died. But Pazel, what I was just saying, look at life expectancy actually went up during that period. It went up, not down. I actually have a clip. I actually have a chart we can look at. Look at this. This is important, okay? We're going to look at some charts. This is a chart of life expectancy in Russia from 1845 to 2020. Now, see right around here, that's around the Russian Revolution, and you see it starts going up. As soon as the Russian Revolution happened, it starts going up. Because all of a sudden people have access to healthcare and education and all these things that they didn't have access before. And this is Stalin's taking over right around here? Right around here? And then, of course, you have the war. You have the war here. There's a big plummet because of the World War II. And look at that. Look at that. Right after World War II, it just shoots up. The line goes up. Who was the leader of the USSR at that time? That's the basic question you have to ask yourself. So you can say, oh, people died. Yeah, people die in our society all the time. We have a massive, we have actually in the United States, you have the bigger prison population. You have a higher concentration of prisoners in the United States now, today, than there ever was during this period. Millions of people die every single year of lack of health care. This kind of social murder takes place in our society constantly, every single year, but we don't really pay much attention to that. We don't really pay much attention to that. Almost 1 million COVID deaths. Probably more than that, if we're being honest. Probably the actual number of COVID deaths has been downplayed. If we're being honest with that. You're deliberately not showing the freedom line. That's right. Russia and China went from feudal monarchies to space age in 2 generations under socialism. America had a 400-year head start of free labor, and USSR beat them to space. And America only really won the space race because they brought in Nazis into their government to teach them how to build rockets. If they even went to the moon, as some people in this community do not believe that they did. Not me, but many people do believe this. But look at this line, though. Isn't this line, look at this line here from 1945 to the 60s, to the mid 60s. And we're talking about millions of people died? Yeah, sure, people died. Yeah, sure they did. But a lot of more people benefited from this. Millions of people benefited from this. Here's GDP per capita. Again, look at that line. What was going on during this period in Russian history? See that line? Access to education. Education as well. Very, very important. Literacy. Percentage of men and women with secondary education. Look at that line. It's all going up. All these lines are going up. So when we talk about what was going on in the Soviet Union, I care more about that than I care about like this arbitrary idea of like, oh, millions of people died. Don't you know what it was like? It was just this hellish nightmare where just people were just dying all the time because of the evil Russians. That's all they care about is death and violence and blood and all that kind of stuff. I mean, this is a massive, massive increase in living standards for millions and millions of people. And I know in Western propaganda, we don't learn about that, but like it's important that we recognize this. Anyway, we're kind of getting off track. We should be staying on topic here, but I thought I always enjoy kind of trying to educate people on this kind of stuff. You know what I would like to do is watch the clip of Vijay Prashad. Vijay was talking today. It's probably on YouTube. I would like to look at that clip. Does anyone have the clip from today? I know it's in the Discord server, but I don't know how to find it right now. I don't know how to find it. Okay, thank you, Blueberry. Whoops. Okay, so here's VJ from today. This will be good to watch. We can kind of chill and watch this. I just want to, one more time. What was Pazel? And I appreciate you being respectful, Pazel. Thanks for like, don't totally agree with your perspective, but I appreciate you at least like trying to engage with people respectfully. I'm not defending the West. U.S. is probably responsible for more deaths. Interesting conversation. I get the point about propaganda, but if you're saying Stalin didn't send many Russians to their deaths, you really are turning historic facts upside down. I'm not just being critical. I'm interested and want to hear your POVs. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make, Pazel, is that not that everything that happened during this period was perfect. There is a lot of like disagreement about exactly what went on during this period. I know a lot of what we understand about Stalinism was outlined in Khrushchev's famous speech after Stalin died, when Khrushchev accused him of all kinds of crazy stuff. Depending on which historian you ask, some of them believe Khrushchev was telling the truth. Some of them believe he was lying. I don't really want to say what's what. And I don't want to say that everything was perfect during this period or that even some crimes weren't committed. I think you do have to look at the role of the Cold War in a lot of the repression that did happen in Soviet society. This is a society that was under threat from moment one. It was under threat from moment one. As soon as the Russian Revolution happened, there was attempts to overthrow it and subvert it through these nefarious means. And when there's a society that's trying to develop, when it's under threat by the world's like most powerful economic and military institutions, I think there's this tendency then to lean into these more what we would call kind of authoritarian tendencies. And you know, people get hurt in the process, and there's collateral damage, and there's bad things that can happen in that process, and there's even crimes that can be committed. So I don't want to say, I don't know, I have the exact answers for what is true and what's not true about that period, but I do know that when we talk about this kind of like authoritarianism in Soviet society, the West does play a role in that as well. Just as the West has played a role in this current crisis in Ukraine by escalating things, Western intervention often is the thing behind all these things that's causing a lot of the conflict and a lot of the problems. And what we might call authoritarianism or repression in Soviet society is no different. This is a society that was under threat, constantly under threat by the United States, by these formerly colonialist countries that viewed their economic system as a threat and wanted to overthrow it. And they were trying to do so through, secretive means, through proxy wars and all these kinds of other things. And an inevitable result of that is that, you know, it develops into this kind of like police state society as kind of an essential defense mechanism against that. Here's the summary from the CIA document saying, Stalin not that bad. Yeah, no, I've seen that before, Comrade Kenny. Thanks for linking that. Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see how they talk about that. Thanks for linking that, and thanks for stopping by, Comrade Kenny. Yeah, even the CIA. It's hard to... Can I zoom in on this? This is from a CIA document. I'm getting way off course now. Even in Stalin's time, there was collective leadership. The Western idea of a dictator within the communist setup is exaggerated. Misunderstandings of that subject are caused by lack of comprehension of the real nature and organization of the communist power structure. Stalin, although holding wide powers, was merely the captain of a team, and it seems obvious that Khrushchev will be the new captain. However, it does appear that any of the present leaders will rise to the stature of Lenin and Stalin, so that it will be safer to assume that developments in Moscow will be along the lines of what is called collective leadership, unless Western policies force the Soviets to streamline their power organization. The present situation is the most favorable. I mean, yeah, like Lana was saying, I'm sure they were very thrilled about this. And very interesting stuff. But we're getting way off course now. We took a little detour into Soviet history there, and my stances on that, my sometimes controversial stances about this. Let's look at this clip now from Vijay Prashad, from the People's Dispatch page. I would like to hear Vijay's take on this current development, so let's hear that. We're going to start that right now, and I can take a break from talking everyone's ear off for a while.
Give the people what they want.
Give the people what they want.
Give the people what they want. Your weekly movement news roundup.
Alon, it makes me so sad to the what if.
February 25th, Friday.
It's so depressing.
Tensions in Ukraine continue. Yesterday, perhaps a stray fire hit a nuclear dump site in Chernobyl. Radioactive dust in the air, flying all over the place. Civilians in cars trying to move towards the Polish border, or at least away from Kiev. Russian paratroopers in Kiev. You're listening to Give the People What They Want, your weekly movement news roundup with Prashant and Zoe from People's Dispatch. I'm Vijay from Globetrotter. Got to start with what's happening in Ukraine. Obviously, there have been wars other than this one. There was a war in Iraq, destroyed that country. War in Libya, destroyed that country. This is not so different from those wars, except one of the adversaries is a nuclear power country, that is to say Russia, and it is facing off another nuclear power country, and that is the United States, which has troops in Poland, in Romania, troops in a sense within kilometers of Russian forces. A confrontation between the United States and Russia is exactly different than any other confrontation we've seen, except perhaps in Syria, where even in Syria, there was a direct confrontation between US and Russian troops. The Syria episode was a prelude to what we're seeing now. Lots of very, very harsh rhetoric coming from all sides. United States and the European partners really unable to formulate a proper response to this Russian entry into Ukraine. Sanctions announced by US President Joe Biden, very limited, unwilling to actually cut Russia off from the SWIFT system. Once again, contradictions are on display, contradictions coming from the Germans, the French, others. Energy prices have shot upwards for Europe. Already inflationary pressure 5.6%. Not easy for the Europeans to deal with this question. Unlikely that the United States and NATO are going to move troops into Western Ukraine, but then what do we know? We were not able to last week, predict in a sense that Russian forces would enter into Ukraine in these numbers. It's also
I do feel a little bit better about publicly getting this shit wrong about the invasion, considering so many people that I do respect seem to be feeling the same way. It seems like a lot of very, very smart people who have spent a lot more time thinking about this stuff than me were also very taken by surprise by this. That is one thing I've tried to console myself with as I've dealt with this nagging sensation of like, oh, I very publicly downplayed the possibility of this exact situation happening. I feel comforted by the fact that VJ and others that I really like and respect also feel like they were taken aback to the same way. It is unsettling how the intelligence community was right, Maxie, but I'm going to go ahead and still continue to not trust anything that these pathological liars say. Just for the... I'm not going to change my worldview about that. Well, I guess it's time we start listening to them. I plan on continuing to not do that.
Also true that the two matters that Russia put on the
I legitimately
table,
thought the
number
intelligence
one,
community thought
the
they were lying
question
too.
of
They were like, oh,
keeping
shit.
Ukraine
Oh my
as a
God.
neutral power, not as a NATO power, very much still on the table. Secondly, minority rights for Russian speakers, not only Russian speakers, Hungarian, Romanian, and other speakers. These languages invalidated by 2019 law passed in the government in Kiev. Minority rights, minorities in the eastern provinces being battered by not only state policy disregarding Russian rights to speak Russian in Ukraine, but also by neo-Nazi groups attacking them in the Donbass region and so on. Serious issues on the table. Not sure that this military intervention is going to be able to solve any of those problems. Those require negotiation. Will the negotiation table open up again? Will Russia believe that its mission can be accomplished by force? Will the Russian troops accelerate this particular intervention? Will it go on more than a week, 10 days? Will that be possible? Will Russian soldiers coming back in Russia in body bags, will that influence public opinion? Small sections of liberals on the streets in Russia protesting this action. Easy to take glib political points when it comes to war online. But I must say, this is a war. Wars are...
Lana says, oh yeah, don't worry, like everyone who was watching this got it wrong. The only reason US Intel got it right is because they've been itching for a fight for years. So it's just a self-fulfilling prophecy for them. Yeah, I guess that makes a lot of sense. They've been trying to create this exact fucking situation for a long time, so it's like, yeah, after a certain point, the thing that they're trying to accomplish has been accomplished. They don't deserve too much credit.
Ugly. There is no good outcome that comes from wars. I began by talking about the hit on the dump in Chernobyl. Serious issues are on the table right here. The acceleration of this is simply not acceptable. What will happen in Warsaw? Will the Bucharest 9, that is the 9 Eastern European countries that are part of NATO, will they operate independently? What will happen in Estonia, Latvia, up there in the Baltics? Will they feel under pressure to do something? This is very hard for small countries like that. Is there the possibility of peace? The United Nations has shown that it has absolutely no legs in this conflict. It's to be seen what's going to happen. But certainly, one very much hopes that peace is going to return on the table. I'd like to just say before I move this conversation along that this conflict did not begin this week with the Russian entry into Ukraine. This conflict began in 2014 when the government of Viktor Yanukovych was overthrown, largely by the pressure of the Western Bloc, NATO and the United States. That's when the war actually begins. It emboldens the ultra-nationalists in Ukraine and so on. This is a long conflict. It requires some measure of resolution. The war is not going to be that resolution. I think that's...
Do you think the West will think twice about destabilizing next time a regime challenges them? Nope.
Next week, the following week. Come to peoplesdispatch.org.
No, I don't.
To follow this. Got to be sober in these times. Meanwhile, of course, the man who revealed or helped reveal much of the information of war crimes committed by NATO and the United States in Afghanistan, Iraq, and so on. Julian Assange still sits in Belmarsh prison, also known as the Guantanamo of Britain. There is a tribunal afoot to raise the issue of Julian Assange. Zoe, bring us up to speed on the Belmarsh Tribunal.
Definitely. Well, today in countries across the world, actually, there is a day of action demanding that Julian Assange be freed, demanding that the extradition request the United States, where he is likely to face, where he's facing charges that could implicate up to 175 years in prison, be rejected definitively. The Belmarsh Tribunal is part of this day of action. This morning, in the morning in Africa and in other countries, there have already been several protests underway. People from the National Union of Metal Workers of South Africa, from the Socialist Movement of Ghana, have been taking the streets to join this movement to call for the freedom of Julian Assange. I think in these moments where so much is on the line, where the warmongering rhetoric, where the inability of NATO, for example, to consider other positions, to continue to press on with its objective, to continue to insist on its vision of the world, its construction of the world. It's so important that journalists like Julian Assange, that organizations like WikiLeaks exist, because they are the organizations that are willing to tell us the truth, that are willing to tell us what happens in the secret cables between embassies. All of these documents that we wouldn't have had access to are possible because of Julian Assange. Today in New York City, in the People's Forum, there will, as part of this day of action, the Belmarsh Tribunal will be going on. It's coming at the 20-year anniversary of the establishment of Guantanamo Bay.
I would like to get another shot for Hoffer.
It will raise awareness to, of course, Guantanamo and the horrific human rights violations that are taking place, not only at Guantanamo, but in the chain of clandestine prison and torture facilities across the world that the U.S. Army, the CIA has used against innocent civilians, against people accused of crimes in the war on terror. Truly a human rights tragedy. It not only is against all of these people that have been tortured, detained, imprisoned in Guantanamo and this chain of detention facilities. Guantanamo is also a violation of Cuban sovereignty, a true abomination on the human rights order, on the UN Charter, on all of the things that we hold up and treasure for international law. And then similarly in cities across Brazil, they're mobilizing outside the UK consulates, embassies, to join in this call to demand free Assange, that truth-telling about crimes of the empire is not a crime. It's extremely important that this cause be raised, that this be brought to the surface, because these are very dangerous times. And if we're to listen to the communiques and the memos from the State Department, from the European Union, we're not going to be getting the truth. As Vijay said, these are times where we need to be sober, where we need to have access to actually the information on the ground. And that has become impossible with mainstream hegemonic media that really seeks to impose its narrative on these events, impose its view and its bias.
I really feel like WikiLeaks tanked a lot of their credibility.
We need to defend Julian Assange, defend WikiLeaks, and defend this kind of journalism that rejects being stenographers of the states and is giving information to the people, to the victims
I'll still
of these
defend
crimes.
Assange. Obviously, Assange is being persecuted for the journalism they did, exposing war crimes.
Of multipolarity.
I think WikiLeaks has done a number of important things. It was, especially in retrospect, it was
exactly true, and I think important to reflect on. But we also need to see that there are victories that come out of struggles at the same time. Prashant, you're going to take us to a place that doesn't often have victories, but I know that the Australian government has been threatening to register in the middle of all this Hamas as a terrorist organization. Strikes me as a bizarre development in the middle of all this. But you're going to tell us something good from Palestine.
Right.
Tell us what's happened.
Right. The Australian government's moves are sometimes very difficult to decipher. It seems to have a say in the most random things. But the important thing to note here is that on February 24th, the reports came that Hisham Abu Hawash and Migdal al-Kawasme, two Palestinian administrative detainees, were finally released. And These two are very important.
Has anyone watched this clip? Like, there's
many
more
others, including
Ukraine talk, right? Because this is all good stuff,
all of
but
these
it's like,
prisoners
since we're
last
kind of
year had
focusing
gone
on Russia, Ukraine, I'm just
long
wondering if
hunger
we should just
strikes
skip to that
against
stuff.
the practice of their administrative detention. Now, let's take the case of just these two people. For instance, Hisham Abu Hawash was on a hunger strike for 141 days, and Mikdad al-Kawasmi was on a hunger strike for 114 days. And the reason they went on a hunger strike was quite simple, because we've talked about this, of course, on the show before, but I think their hunger strike and the hunger strike of others like them over last year was the ultimate method of confronting what the Israelis, the Israeli weapon, that is administrative detention. And the administrative detention is a practice so patently absurd by any standard of law that, nothing has actually served to sort of counter it or to
troops from Mali, which
and
is
in this context,
kind of pertinent to talking about the hypocrisy that goes on when we lecture certain countries for engaging in violent occupations while completely subsidizing or engaging in it ourselves. France is literally still engaging in colonialism to this day, which is why I don't take them that seriously when they start get on the moral high horse and start lecturing about who's allowed to do what.
All the Palestinian prisoners who was subjected to could do was to actually literally put their lives on the line and say that if you do not end this practice whereby you can just arbitrarily detain a person for 4 to 6 months, sometimes even without them knowing what the charge against them is about, as long as the prosecution can convince the judge that there is some kind.
And Puzzle, I don't know if it's supposed to be puzzle or puzzle. The topics you're getting into about Ukraine and stuff and Stalinism, this is really like a rabbit hole that I would probably like to avoid right now. Talking about this kind of modern context, I would say that there are some differing opinions about how that played out and who was responsible, the famines that took place in this time period. Let's just say that, okay? And I'm not going to get into a back and forth about the historical details about that, which I would say are controversial.
Kind of security aspect involved, as long as that can be convinced without the prisoners knowing what the issue is about. 4 to 6 months detention, which can be renewed again and again and again. And when confronted with this practice, the Palestinian prisoners, of course, this happened in the past, but last year was an especially important.
And again, even though this is not focusing on specifically on Russia and Ukraine, I mean, those comments from BJ were good, but still talking about what is going on in Palestine, it is relevant in a way, and talking about what's going on in Mali, it is relevant because we're talking about these human rights crises that our own governments are actively subsidizing, whether it's the Canadian government, the American government, the French government, the British government. We're all subsidizing all of these fucking horrible human rights crimes, and simultaneously talking about Russia like they're the exclusive sole barbaric human rights violator that we all have to come together to figure out what to do. The enlightened, civilized Western countries have to huddle together and figure out how they're going to sanction them or how they're going to stop them. And so I think in that context, it is actually important to learn about these things, right? There's Patreons for them. Yeah.
Because at some point, nearly 6 prisoners at the same time were on that kind of a hunger strike, and at least 3-4 of them crossed 100 days. And the impact on these prisoners has been horrific. If you saw some of the pictures, the extent to which they suffered, the kind of health complications, of course, they lost a lot of weight, nausea, dizziness, organ damage. And we must consider the fact that, some of this damage could even be permanent. We never know, because when you spend 100 days on a hunger strike, what kind of impact does that leave you? But this cause was specifically so important because for many of these prisoners, it meant that they could just spend years in detention. And even after they came out, they will always be vulnerable to even being captured again and put back in exactly the same situation. This has happened with many prisoners, including Khalid al-Jarrar in the past, you're picked up, you're in detention for 1.5 years, you're released again. 2 years later, you're
is there a Tricontinental live stream going on now?
Again.
Do I have to log into Facebook to watch it though? This is the question. Okay, this seems, yeah, we should watch this. So we're going to close this VJ window and open up another VJ window.
Yes, we are live. Okay. Robin, just a second. Just a second.
This is the Tricontinental Institute live stream. Is this the one from this morning? I don't know. Is it? Okay, yeah, this doesn't seem to be live right now.
Yeah, live. Please go ahead. Thank you.
This is not live right now. Should we watch it though? Gen X Bush, you're spreading fake news. You're spreading fake news in the chat. This is not live, Gen X Bushy. How dare you? How dare you, sir? It's okay. It was live at one point. Anyway, since we did want to talk about Ukraine, like maybe we can watch this anyways. Like this seems good to watch.
Hello, Ukraine. Please go ahead. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this panel discussion organized by.
We don't need to watch the entire 90 minutes of it, but there must be some good stuff here.
Military intervention in Ukraine. Just a quick recap. The Russian President Vladimir Putin announced a few days back that Russia would recognize the independence of the breakaway republics of Donetsk and Lugansk in eastern Ukraine. And yesterday he announced military action saying that Russia intends to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. The Russian armed forces have subsequently moved into Ukraine proper.
I'll just be back in one moment.
To discuss these
okay,
developments,
folks?
we have with us two experts on global politics and geostrategic affairs. Prabir Borkaistha, the founder and editor-in-chief of NewsClick, and Vijay Prashad, the executive director of Tricontinental Institute for Social Research and chief editor of Leftbird Books. In this panel discussion, we'll start with a few introductory remarks by the panelists. And after that, we'll move on to have a session of questions and answers. Let's start with Prabir. You're muted.
Okay, I think 10 to 12 minutes of introduction and then Vijay coming in with his 10 to 12 minutes will at least frame what the issues are, if we can frame them so easily. The question is, it has taken all of us by a little bit of surprise. Of course, the issues in Ukraine have been building up, not from now. It started a long time back. We had 2014, a warlike situation over there. And then you had the Minsk Accords. And Putin has been raising this issue for quite some time, that what is happening with NATO, its eastward march to its borders, the fact that if it comes into Ukraine, that essentially it brings Moscow under its nuclear arms, NATO's nuclear arms, and definitely its missiles, if they are positioned there. These are all issues that he has been raising for some time. And secondly, the fact that the Minsk Accords were not really implemented, and the two powers responsible for implementing the Minsk Accords along with Ukraine, that's Germany and France, made no attempt to see that the Minsk Accords were really respected and were implemented, which was the Donbas region receiving regional autonomy, internal autonomy within the Ukrainian state. These are issues he had been raising. And of course, the United States and its allies for the last 3 months have been predicting invasion, saying that Russia is going to invade. But for 3 months, Russia had raised this issue on different platforms and trying to say, unless you resolve these issues, we can take action. So finally, to our surprise, I must say, that what we thought was a chess move, moving into the Lugansk, Donetsk, what would be called what are being called the separatist regions, or the autonomous regions, or independent regions, that instead of moving into only that, which is what he had announced a few days back, as of last 2 days, there is a full-fledged army or a military action aimed at Ukraine itself, and what Putin has said, denazification and demilitarization of Ukraine. Now, Ukraine is an independent country. Militarily forcing these 2 steps, of course, are violations of international law. And yes, of course, this means that Putin has crossed, so to say, the Rubicon. What started as what could be interpreted as chess moves in a longer geopolitical game, Putin effectively has upended the board itself. And what we now have is a military action which will force Ukraine to demilitarize, at least promise neutrality as a minimum. And what will happen to the Russian-speaking region of Ukraine, which is a significant part of Ukraine, it's probably 35 to 50% of its population. What will happen to that is an open question as of date, because originally it was only a recognition of Donetsk and Lugansk regions, these 2 regions, and their independence. But now, and of course, that was also within the original boundaries of Ukraine, which
getting something called lasagna pizza. Fuck yeah.
More than what exactly the area they occupy as of now. Militarily, the forces that have moved in, it is clear that it is not a general attack on the civilian infrastructure, the way, for instance, NATO attacks have been, when NATO had attacked Iraq or it attacked Libya. It really reduced the government infrastructure and a lot of the civil infrastructure as well to a rubble. They did not land troops that quickly. They first bombarded both Iraq and Libya before they landed troops, and something that we saw in Afghanistan as well. So you have very much a
I just had to tore a leg off my rotisserie chicken while I was upstairs just now. Just really rapidly munched that down. That was what I was just doing. I'm washing it down with another Schafferhuffer. Very tasty. Low alcohol content too. This is still sober caucus adjacent.
Ponderance of military power before you launch physical troops on the ground. This time what we can see is that the Russians have put their soldiers, they're basically on the ground as much as that they have attacked the military installations. As of now, it's a military installations, the air defense part which has been hit. And now we have reports that Kiev is also under attack, and they have entered Kharkiv, Kiev, Odessa. These are some of the cities that we are hearing, apart from the general attack that has been launched on the military installations and the air defense systems of Kiev. There are again reports now that Zelensky has said he's willing to look at neutrality of Ukraine. He has also said that, well, who is coming to fight with us? There is nobody who's willing to fight. So in what
completely
way
hung out to dry by the
are we
West.
Not neutral? So if nobody is going to come to fight, then yes, we are willing to guarantee neutrality. But I wish that all these discussions had taken place before the military attack.
This is what I was
and
saying.
Whether there was a chance of this kind of discussions taking place,
NATO's like new phone, who did
aborted by the military operations that Putin has launched. The Russian government has launched. Let's not call him, as others would like to do, Putin is a dictator. He is elected, and he duly represents the Russian people. So therefore, whether the West likes him or not, he is the representative of the Russian government at this stage, and therefore his actions are the actions of the Russian government or the Russian state. If we look at what are the steps that the West is taking, and it is really a rehash of what they have done every time, that if their diktat does not work, and this is what was the problem in the last 8 years, if not fall with the fall of Soviet Union, that the eastward march to NATO is something they were not willing to stop. And if we do not accept what they propose on the ground, then there are the sanctions, the financial sanctions, which are essentially steps for economic war. Let's call it what it is. A sanction regime in international law is actually economic war. And this is now has become the preferred weapon of the United States and its allies. At the drop of a hat, they will say there is a, what is it called? The rule-based international order. Who makes the rules? The settler, colonial, and ex-colonial powers make the rules. Yeah. The G7 is really that. It's a set of settler, colonial, and ex-colonial powers. They set the global rules. And then that is supposed to be the rule-based international order. Not international law.
They don't actually follow the rules. They just set them.
The United Nations, which is supposed to be
NATO sends good thoughts and prayers
in the world. So once that rule-based order, according to them, the ones who set the rules, are not obeyed by any nation, then the financial sanctions come in. And though the United States does not today command the global economic heights in the sense that they're no longer the largest trading nation, that's China. They are not the most productive of nations, except when it comes to arms, but they control the financial structure of the world. Therefore, what you see is a set of financial sanctions whenever you anger the United States or you step beyond what its rules are supposed to be. So we have had sanctions in Iran, even when Iran was a part of an agreement with the United States.
I'm the real victim of this situation.
Imposed, I think, roughly only 1,000-odd sanctions on Iran, fresh sanctions. We have seen sanctions on Venezuela. Cuba has been economic sanctions for the last more than 60 years. So all of this means that if the United States doesn't like you,
Ukraine is I don't want to play with you anymore.
Coerce you.
And the Russian Communists announced this special military action. The Russian Communist Party that I saw, the statement that they put out was like pretty light on criticism of the actual invasion. They put the blame for the invasion on NATO and on the West and on Ukraine. I would need to look at it again because I know the Russian Communist Party did actually support the recognition of these breakaway republics. My understanding is that they're uncomfortable with this escalation, but they're also in their statement blaming the West more for the escalation than the actual Russian government, blaming Putin.
Is a de facto international currency, and the transactions in the world.
Did they go into it later?
Part of it is settled in dollars. And
we did talk about Ukraine arming its citizens yet. We looked at some footage from
system, so to say,
Kiev,
then
which just seems like a fucking
financially
nightmare
outside the global financial system. And that is the instrument it has used against Iran. It is used against any entity it doesn't like. I think the number of sanctions in the world that the United States has runs into tens of thousands today. And that is the instrument now it has brought out against Russia, that it will impose financial sanctions. They have said sanctions from hell and various other things. But it is interesting that the one that really the West needs, which is oil and gas, the United States buys a very large amount of oil from Russia. It's one of its major suppliers of what is called heavy oil, which earlier used to come from Venezuela. Venezuela is also under sanctions. They can't buy from them easily. The second is, of course, gas, and European Union is the largest consumer of Russian gas.
It does seem like China a fucking recipe for disaster to going on what's going on in the chat. To literally, while there's this military invasion happening, declaring martial law, and then just arming whoever wants a rifle, just giving a rifle to whoever wants one. That's kind of a recipe for like all kinds of violence, and not just violence in defense of the city. There's already been, stories coming out about people being murdered and families and stuff. It's like, it just seems really, really bad. Yeah, really bad. As soldiers are surrendering, I saw they were giving orders to like shoot deserters. Full-blown chaos. Yeah, I'm having a hard time trying not to see it as a cynical attempt to generate shocking and terrible PR for Russia. Yeah, and of course, it's being when I saw this on Twitter, it's like the brave citizens are uniting in defense of their city and stuff like that, and it's like I don't know if that is what is happening. Like, oh boy, it's just a fucking disaster. Fucking disaster. And that's the reality, though, is that's why this invasion is wrong and immoral and a dangerous escalation, is because regardless of even if there is chaos that's caused from these internal factions or stuff, they bear responsibility for pushing things to that point at that point. Then, you know, it's really just a disastrous situation all around. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Probably going to be bigger in the future. But as of now, Russia still supplies a very large part of European Union's gas. And this, therefore, means that if they impose sanctions on hydrocarbons, oil and gas, both these countries who want to impose sanctions on Russia have the problem. So as of now, Russia has not been thrown out of the SWIFT system, which is what it was being threatened. And it has also not been thrown. And as of now, the oil and gas issue in terms of sanctions seems to be at the moment not being imposed. It could be later, but right now it is not imposed. Only the Nord Stream 2 project, where future gas supplies were supposed to come, if it is augmented, the gas supplies to European Union is augmented, that has been, as of now, put under abeyance. It's not scrapped, but it's put under abeyance. The question is where
the infrastructure is built for that Nord Stream pipeline.
Oil prices has risen to more than $100. It's going to be a huge impact, particularly in countries like India as well as China, who import a lot of hydrocarbons. So I don't know what the American game plan is. It's quite possible the US thinks now we can let Iran off the hook and maybe repair our relations to get some more gas and oil into the market. It doesn't solve the problem of European Union, which needs piped gas as of now, because LNG will take some time and it will take also a lot more infrastructure that European Union right now has. So we'll have to see how it proceeds, but on the situation on the ground seems to be, and I think Vijay will have a better idea of it because he has more sources in the world than I have, that I think the situation on the ground is at the moment, Ukrainian forces have not been able to withstand the first onslaught that has taken place. Civil, in terms of fighting on the ground, yes, Kharkiv, there's still reports of fights that are taking place. The question is, in terms of the missile infrastructure, the air defense infrastructure, that seems to have been taken out fairly successfully. So what they're now facing is the ground troops, and we'll have to see how this pans out. I do not think Russia can continue this for too long. So whatever they have to do quickly and reach a settlement with the Ukrainian, either the existing government or whatever they think will be the existing government then. And that has to be done within a week or 10 days, because I don't think the amount of time they will get to solve the problems of Ukraine is going to be very large. So,
Lana, we got the tar sand stock is up. All the oil baron ghouls with investments in Canadian pipelines are so happy about this. If those people are happy, you have a problem. I don't know if you watched Biden's speech yesterday, Lana, but it was actually amazing. It was in a very grim moment, it was one of the funnier moments when Biden is just like, and I'm trusting our oil company executives not to take advantage of the situation and stuff. We were all just cracking up over it because it's like, oh yeah, I'm sure these guys are gonna I'm sure they're gonna pull back, be like, well, the president asked us very politely not to take advantage of this, so we're certainly going to not take advantage of this crisis in order to turn a profit. We would never do that. We would of course never do that under this capitalist system. The president was very politely asked us not to, so we're not going to. It's really funny. They're very respectful when it comes to price gouging. That's right. And another thing Biden said too is like, well, Americans they're going to be hurting at the pump. There's going to be an increase. There's going to be a sacrifice. There's going to be an increase in these prices. But I hope Americans are going to understand that it's for this altruistic reason. And it's like, Joe, they're not going to understand. Sir, Mr. President, sir, they're not going to understand. They're not going to. I hate to tell you this. People are not going to be happy about this. That was really funny. Yeah. Please, Exxon, do not raise the prices. They asked us very nicely not to. So, and what's that about Zelensky? Attacking indigenous Canadians to build pipelines in support of Ukraine. That's a dark fucking idea. Yeah, and it's an extra level of hypocrisy when we lecture Russia about not respecting national sovereignty and not respecting their neighbors' borders and stuff, while we're engaged in an ongoing genocidal colonialist project ourselves. That's an extra layer of hypocrisy on that. I still can't believe that someone got Zelensky to say that Ukraine will strive for nukes, and Lana said he's been suggesting the nukes thing and tearing up Budapest Memorandum since like April 21. And yeah, like Crackety Kraken said, that nuke comment is likely what precipitated this offensive. Like, they've given them all the ammunition they needed to go ahead with this. Putin always seems so calculated. What do you think he gains by this invasion? How far will he take it? Install a pro-Russian president and leave? I mean, that seems to be what their agenda is. I'm not really sure, though. I don't want to speculate too much about it, but that seems to be the plan. You should ask KSA to increase production again. Yeah, so they'll just be like, no thank you. No thank you, Mr. President. Get fucked, as they did the last time.
So this is where I look at it. Of course, I must confess that I'm not very good at predicting. I thought that Putin was really going to play for more time and try to negotiate. I thought he was still in the chess game, and these are moves of chess. I hadn't realized the game had changed completely. So yes, as far as predicting the future, all bets are off. But as of now, it does seem that the end game that Russia was playing for is not that far off if it is just the military resolution of the problem. Political resolution of the problem is a much more intractable one. And let's face it, Ukrainian nationalism is something which can be roused with this military intervention. Yes, the Russian-speaking population, which were under attack, their identity was being actually attacked in very, very different ways. Schools stopping teaching of Russian, the newspapers and television stations not being allowed to function, Russian-speaking ones. So all of that might make them welcome this intervention, but certainly a section within Ukraine, and a significant section, is going to be very unhappy with what has happened. So it might rouse.
And I would just say to this, to Fernatuk, and this is a good point, Fernatuk, all these things are not decided by Putin alone. It's not great man of history stuff. And I do agree, although I would just push back ever so gently. And we should keep in mind that it does seem like a lot of what Putin got elected in on the first place, on this idea of like restoring Russian sovereignty and restoring Russian dignity and making Russia into this great respected power again, that kind of ideology does seem to be a significant like animating factor here. And of course that's not just coming from him, but that kind of like ideology that he got elected on originally and rose to power on originally does seem to be animating a lot of this stuff about restoring Russia to this respected and feared like global power. It's not just him, but this is kind of how he rose to power in the first place, and that does seem to be behind a lot of this decision making that's going on right now.
Nationalism to a longer anti-Russian trajectory. And let's face it, Ukraine is a large part of that world. It is second largest in terms of area in Europe. So it's not a small country. So given that, I think we have entered into uncharted territory, and both at the level of Europe and at the level of the global level. And we are beginning to see the possibility of a new realignment of the geostrategic interests of the world.
We sure are.
And that's going to maybe look at Europe as something which is not going to be that important. If you take what Mackinder calls the global, basically the Eurasian island, as the Eurasian world as really the world, and others are small islands, then what would happen is Europe becomes really a peninsula for the world island, which is Eurasia. Now, Eurasia and Africa, of course, but they become a small peninsula. Now, is that the way the world is going to be? Or with the United States coming in across the Atlantic and European Union, there still will be a significant force in Europe and Eurasia. That is something we have to watch. And
I didn't listen to the full speech. No, I saw the highlights, the excerpts.
Thank you so much, Prabir. Vijay,
that was really great, actually.
Thanks a lot.
I'd like to hear more from this guy.
Subin and Atul for setting this up so quickly. Thanks to Prabir for setting up the story so well, and importantly for, I think, emphasizing that we were all pretty surprised with the intervention in the way it happened. But I want to return to that. Peace is a priority. That's the key slogan of the moment. Yesterday, Ukrainian troops and Russian troops were engaging each other in the town of Chernobyl, a name we all know from the Chernobyl disaster. Accidentally, a dump was hit. Radiation levels jumped from, whatever they were to an extraordinarily high level. This radiation the dust is going to carry back into Russia as well. These are very dangerous.
People's Dispatch and Tricontinental are so great. I've been linking their shit in Hassan's chat, but it gets either ignored or lost. He keeps playing the live shit in Western media on repeat. That's unfortunate. Thanks for joining us, Mad Thick Human. I welcome Hassan refugees here. Yeah. I like Hassan. Hassan's like a good guy, I think. He's been on my podcast a number of times. I've talked to him a bunch of times. I think he's a good guy. It did seem like he does lean into watching that Western media coverage too much. I know everyone got really mad at him a few weeks ago, or a week and a half ago, or whenever it was, when he talked about how he didn't think Russia would invade, and he was kind of trying to make some similar arguments to what I've been making, and everyone got very, very mad. And he did kind of seem to react to that and kind of try to go in the opposite direction in order to keep everyone happy, which is a little unfortunate. But again, watching that, even critically watching that Western media coverage, is just brain melting after a certain point. So yeah, I really enjoy watching this kind of stuff. I really appreciate this analysis. I'd rather watch this 10 times out of 10 rather than just watching some shitty MSNBC coverage, even if we're critiquing it, This is way, way more valuable.
Dangerous events, one should not be callous about it. Loss of life should not be looked at callously.
His head's just too small.
Negotiation is absolutely important, and I'm going to come back to that as well. Let me make 5 or 6 points, some of them overlapping with Probir's points.
Sorry, I don't want to pause this too much. I had the same thought I had. It's unfortunate, but I imagine having 100K viewers keep shouting at you might make you react poorly. I would like to think that I would completely be able to handle that normally. I found it it gets stressful. The other day there was 300 viewers here, and there was people yelling at me because I had been one of these people that was loudly downplaying the possibility that this Russian invasion would happen. And then when it indeed happened, and I had been openly sort of very skeptical about that, I had a number of people coming in here and it was very chaotic. So I can imagine when there's tens of thousands of those people that must do something to you. I would like to think that I would remain steadfast and continue having all the same good takes and solid analysis and stalwart anti-imperialist views. But maybe one day I'll get to that 100K Andy territory.
In order to explain why this intervention is taking place. I want to be clear. An explanation for something like this is not a justification for it. I want to explain it. I want to understand it. And that's what I'm trying to do. The first point, the destabilization of Ukraine did not happen in February 2022. It did not happen then. The destabilization goes back.
There is a relationship between having a lot of viewers and being squishy on these controversial topics. As there's a number of examples of that
Viktor
when it comes to
Yanukovych,
Hassan's channel, unfortunately.
Ukraine's president, sought a large loan for his country. He first turned to the Russians, and Putin's government told Yanukovych, look, we'll give you the money, but we're not going to transfer the money into the financial networks controlled by the Ukrainian oligarchs. Now, we all know it's a bit rum coming from the Russians saying we don't want to transfer money to the Ukrainian oligarchs, when we know that since the assassination of the Soviet Union, Russian oligarchs essentially cannibalized the country. But still, this was the point that Mr. Putin made to Viktor Yanukovych. Yanukovych then turned to the Europeans, asked the Europeans for money. Europeans, of course, always go to the IMF to secure these things. United States government used that as a great opportunity. Victoria Nuland, then in the State Department, high official of the US government, goes to Kiev, informs the ambassador, we're going to get the loan. We don't need any guarantees. We don't need any transparency, nothing. We want to undercut the Russians, essentially. That was made clear. And that was the coup against Viktor Yanukovych in 2014, the great Maidan events and so on. That was the beginning of the destabilization. That's the first point. Second point.
Okay. I do have to do a bit of a mea culpa though, okay? Okay, folks? I did my whole mea culpa yesterday when I talked about how I was wrong about this stuff. And I got it wrong. I admitted to it. I got to admit this as well, okay? Because I'm getting kind of hot. It's getting a little hot down here. And just full disclosure here. Full disclosure. All right? I'm being honest with you. I'm being honest with you. I want to be honest with my viewers. This is the same shirt that I was wearing yesterday on the stream. I believe in being accountable. I don't want to mislead you. I don't want to lie to you. This is just the reality, though, that I'm wearing the same shirt that I was wearing yesterday. I slept in this shirt. I did not shower today. And I'm wearing the same shirt. And I feel it's important to be honest about this. Taking off your shirt is swell, Rob, but your little brother's standing in the middle of Afghanistan. Are you still... I'm not answering that question. I'm not answering that question about the socks. I was getting warm. I was getting warm. But I didn't want to take off my hoodie because I'm literally wearing the same shirt that I was wearing yesterday on the stream. So I'm just going to sit here and just be warm.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
I can't believe you did this to us. I'm sorry, useless teammate. Thank you for the 100 friend coin. Imagine the smell. Honestly, I don't smell bad. I'm not a big, I'm not really like a big stink. I'm not really like a stinky guy. I'm an okay smelling dude. All right. It's not that bad. This is true, okay? This is the reality. But I wouldn't be... I was just sitting here in my hoodie, feeling very warm, and I was like, I have to take it off, but I have to just mention this. I just mentioned the fact that I am indeed wearing the same shirt that I was wearing yesterday. Yes, I do use deodorant. I'd like to send in female NATO to see what's going on. Don't tell female NATO about this. No one tell female NATO about this. All right? They don't need to know about this. Oh, shit. It's good that you admitted it first, because I would have recognized that you were wearing the same shirt and called you out. The old get out in front of the story tactic. Anyway. Anywho, that's that. Okay, I wanted to be honest about that. That's what's going on. Let's continue the video now.
Tensions right after 2040 began to accelerate in the eastern part of Ukraine. You know, Ukraine is, in a sense, a plurinational country. It was created out of sections held initially by the Polish and Lithuanian monarchies, by the Tsarist Empire, particularly Eastern Ukraine. What is now Eastern Ukraine was in the Tsarist Empire. There were people speaking a multiplicity of languages, not only Ukrainian and Russian, but also Moldovan, Hungarian, Romanian, number of minority populations in the country. There was a delicate compact that was established inside the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, which was then a member of the USSR, a very delicate compact about nationality, about ethnicity, about minority rights. But because everybody then was a Soviet citizen, the question of reducing nationality to ethnicity didn't come up. When Ukraine broke out of the Soviet Union in 1991, the question of ethnicity was on the table. And that's why I said it was accelerated after the 2014 Maidan events. But, it was accelerated. We know it was accelerated because in 2012, a bill was brought before the Ukrainian parliament, which tried to protect Russian, Hungarian, Moldovan, Romanian as regional languages, essentially, even though the national language would be Ukrainian. This was a bill in 2012, 2 years before the Maidan. But then, subsequent to the Maidan, this was junked. And in fact, in 2019, it was entirely put aside. Russian was removed as an official language. Ukrainian was imposed as the only official language. By the way, nobody was ever saying Ukrainian should not be the language. It's that minority languages were to be also protected. So what you see after the events of the Maidan 2014 is an acceleration of Ukrainian nationalism, which is what, in a sense, provided the opening for the far right, including neo-Nazis,
don't encourage
to essentially become important factors in Ukrainian politics, not be marginal. Road names were changed and so on, things that we've been hearing about right through from.
I choose to think of it as Rob keeping his journalist shirt on.
Now,
24 straight
there
hours
was a lot of pressure put on the Russian-speaking population in eastern Ukraine, including by some of these neo-Nazi groups that went in there, and there was a great deal of violence. This increased combat in eastern Ukraine in this period.
VJ, turn off your notifications.
Out of that combat in the Donbass region, we saw the Minsk agreement agreed to by many of the important players that continued to be important players. And the Minsk agreements essentially were a ceasefire in the east, a set of protocols to monitor the ceasefire, and so on. It's actually, if you go and read the 12 points in the Minsk agreement, it's pretty straightforward. And in fact, whatever disagreements one would have with the government in Russia, and there are plenty of disagreements, they did right till the very moment of intervention say they would like to uphold the Minsk agreements and have a ceasefire in the east and so on. At the same time, it was clear that the government in Kiev was not keen on actually pushing their Western partners on the Minsk question. Now, if you go back and look at the violations of Minsk, it's clear that even though both sides violated the Minsk agreement, the majority of violations came from the Ukrainian nationalist groups, these neo-Nazis and so on. This was the majority
this is important
of
context.
the violations. No doubt about that. Linked to this point, I would like to say is that there had become, for the last 8 years, sustained ethnic cleansing in the eastern part of Ukraine, something which I was actually puzzled why the government in Russia, Vladimir Putin and others, didn't make a bigger issue of this at the United Nations. This is a serious violation of the Geneva Conventions. It's a serious violation of international law. Russian speakers were being discriminated against. Many of them began to get on buses and go to Rostov across the border in Russia.
And we heard some of this when we watched the clips. After Putin officially recognized these breakaway republics, that's a lot of the reaction was kind of people saying like, okay, we're happy about this, but like, why is it's been 8 years? Like, why just now? Like, it's kind of an interesting question. Like, well, there was all this violence and literally like discrimination and what could be classified as ethnic cleansing going on in eastern Ukraine. How it was allowed to go on for so long without someone trying to put a stop to it. Those notifications are just emails from Rob asking if he's listened to Gaucho yet. That's right. I'll do a little hint to the chat as well. Little tidbit, inside information. As you know, I did speak to Vijay on this very program just a few weeks ago. And I did email him a few days ago and was like, I just wanted to say thank you again for coming on the show. It was great to have you. It was really wonderful. Hopefully we can do it again. But I was also like, if you're ever going to be in Montreal again, if you ever want to speak or visit Montreal again, I'd be happy to like help get that organized. I think Montreal is a great city that could be really ripe for this kind of like people's forum type activity. And I would be more than happy to help organize that or help get it off the ground. So I shot my shot. I shot my shot with Vijay Prashad and hopefully could possibly be involved in putting some stuff together here in Montreal, which would be cool. I didn't do any of the homework the quest that Vijay gave us. I haven't really been able to take the time to do that, unfortunately. It would be cool. Let's continue this. We're only 25 minutes into this bad boy.
To my mind, was the most serious issue. And when Putin in his speech said, we're entering for denazification and so on, even in that speech, I was quite surprised that he didn't use the phrase, at least I didn't notice the phrase ethnic cleansing. It's a very important phrase, harkening back to events that took place in Yugoslavia.
How long are you going to be
Here's a point I just want to make parenthetically. After the collapse of the USSR, which was a plurinational project, after the collapse of the Yugoslavian state, which was a plurinational project, ethnicity reared its ugly head, not because it was being held or suppressed by the plurinational project, but because the plurinational project provided a different road possibility. Everybody has Soviet citizenship. Everybody has Yugoslav citizenship. That superseded your ethnicity. That's important. When Croatia broke away from Yugoslavia, people became Croatian in their citizenship. Their ethnicity and their political identity was now the same. That raises serious problems for minorities. If you have an overarching plurinational citizenship, you can go past some of these problems of ethnicity, nationalism. What's happening in India, for instance, the protests against the CAA, Citizenship Amendment Act, was not to allow quote unquote ethnicity to be reduced to citizenship, that citizenship should be plurinational, should go above it. And what was happening in many parts of the former Soviet Union in Yugoslavia was an increase in this ethnic tension. Only in one place did we see a kind of almost peaceful separation, and that was in Czechoslovakia. where the Czech Republic and the Slovaks decided to separate pretty peacefully.
Is the problem with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire too against Armenians and the Kurds?
Of what happened in
Make an argument about Albania too, right?
With South Ossetia and so on. This is a rerun. We've been through this before. This is, again, the old story of the collapse of the USSR. And unfortunately, the Western countries are unable to see these realities. They are insisting that this is a question of Russian bullying and so on. It's not helpful. It's an ahistoric approach to what's happening here. There are historical problems. And so the West has driven a different agenda. This is what Barbara Tuchman called the March of Folly. They put a different agenda. They attempted to push NATO eastward in order to so-called control Russia, subordinate
after destroying Russia.
Let me put it this way. As long as Russia was willing to be a subordinate ally of the United States, everything was fine. When Boris Yeltsin was the head of government in Russia from 1991 to 1999, Russia was a NATO partner. All was good. It's when Vladimir Putin comes into office, and Medvedev as well, and they drive an agenda for Russian independence from Western power, that all bets are off. Now, suddenly NATO has to become an adversary of Russia. It's in 2014 during Maidan that Russia is removed from NATO and Russia is thrown out of the G7. It was the G8 until 2014. It's around the time of Maidan and the Russian intervention into Crimea that all bets are off. Russia is no longer a partner. And NATO continues to push this belief that Ukraine will not be a neutral country. And by the way, this is so cynical because France and Germany have made it very clear Ukraine cannot join NATO. Ukraine can't join NATO because Ukraine has a border dispute, and that's part of the NATO protocol. This has been on the table, the French and the Germans on the table. This would have been a perfect opportunity to open a frank negotiation about demilitarization or neutral status for Ukraine and no nuclear weapons in Ukraine. See, I believe right now, and I very much hope this is going to enter the public conversation, but I believe that the issue of a nuclear-free Eastern Europe must be put on the table. A zone of peace separating perhaps Germany from Russia. There needs to be a question of the denuclearization. There is no way that the Russian government is going to permit nuclear weapons in Ukraine. There is no way. This is by the way, foreboding of
which
what
is somewhat
might
understandable
happen if the United States decides to put nuclear weapons in Taiwan. What do you think is going to happen then? People are playing with fire. The United States government and its Western allies, they are playing with fire. They are trying to push a situation where they will subordinate countries, continue to be, primus inter pares, first among equals and so on. This is not going to be the situation in the world. People will not allow it. Unfortunately, it's going to lead to very dangerous, a very dangerous situation as it has for the Ukrainian people. And for the sake of the Ukrainian
get away with
people,
that in the unipolar world
so
order.
I very much hope there'll be
not so much anymore.
Ceasefire and a serious discussion takes place about security guarantees for Russia and for the region, and the question of minorities is on the table and not allowed to be set aside. The principal issue here is security guarantees and minority rights. The rest, I don't think, are serious issues and should not be allowed to cloud the debate.
Thank you so much, Vijay.
I guess this is the tricky part right now too, is that I do feel like Russia, to a certain extent, just a week ago, had kind of a moral high ground here. They had like an actual legitimate argument for a lot of these things. We've been pointing it out a lot on the show. There's all very legitimate context. And I feel like their position is weaker now in many ways, even though they might be in this position of power right now after forcibly demilitarizing the country. But they've totally given up whatever moral high. It's not like the West would have ever acknowledged that it was a moral high ground to begin with, but whatever sympathy that people might have had for these very real arguments has kind of evaporated while they're now bombing and terrorizing the country. So I don't know how whether that's gonna help them achieve these goals or actually hurt them. That's the kind of question right now that we need to ask ourselves. I just want all my Reddit brain friends to watch this before they talk to me about this at all. Literally, here are some sources. Please watch and read them before you try to discuss literally anything with me. Yeah, they went to military route over a political one. And yeah, now they're saying they want to negotiate, but it's just like, it's, you know, I understand why there's a reticence to negotiate now while this shit is going on. That's part of why no one expected this. It's a really, really risky play, even if you understand the reasons. Yeah, it's not only is it risky in terms of like these negotiations, but you know, they're betting that the West won't retaliate, that the West will just let this shit happen, which is a big bet with a lot of stakes on it, a lot riding on it. I would not be comfortable making that bet considering the West, the long history of the West. You know, that's what makes this whole situation so scary. Look at how the world outside of the West reacts. It's not a loss for Russia. Yeah, I mean, that's worthwhile of keeping in mind as well. It's just if the West does react and make things worse, then that's going to just be bad for everybody, though. That's going to be a cataclysmic outcome, or it could be. Russia still has the moral high ground. They were backed into a corner, and now everyone who stood their ground before are asking for negotiations and ceasefires. Yeah, I mean, the Ukrainian government seems more willing to talk about it, that's for sure. But again, it's really hard to justify, considering the violence and chaos that we're seeing now. That's what flipped the switch for me. I was willing to ignore Putin's posturing BS, but I have friends in Ukraine who are terrorized and scared shitless. I would not trust Russian army not to rape and steal from the local population as in any war. Yeah, and that's when people start making the mistake too, when they think they take these principled reasons that they're giving to do this invasion, and just assuming that all these reasons are the sole exclusive reasons for why they're doing it, and ignoring any possibility that there could be other things at play there, or that it's just going to be great for everyone in the region. I mean, that's you know, it's foolish to believe that. Also, yeah, the fact that this vindicates the NATO and the CI position in the eyes of the West is very frustrating. Yeah, it is frustrating. And that's kind of what I've been trying to say at Lice World, because I know I've tried to walk a line between acknowledging the context and, you know, standing firm and suggesting that this invasion is sort of a dangerous escalation. We can talk about the historical context all day. I'm not going to stop talking about it. I'm not going to stop talking about the role the West has played in pushing things to get to this point. Then the West has played a significant role, as these guys are outlining. The reality is, though, that there's average people, families, and just ordinary citizens right now that are being terrorized, that are dying, that are you know, terrified and scared, who have nothing to do with any of that. They have nothing to do with the Maidan. They have nothing to do with the Donbass. They have nothing to do with Azov Battalion or any of these fascist neo-Nazi militias. They have nothing to do with the Ukrainian government or NATO or any of that. They're just average people trying to live their lives. They're being terrorized, and that's not something that we should ever support. You know, it's really ugly. Anyway, let's continue.
Now we get into questions and answers. I'm sure all of us have many questions. The viewers, if you have questions, please put them in the comment box, and we'll try to take some of them up.
By the way, on that subject, though, before we continue, the stories about how, like, you know, military-aged males are like not able to leave the country right now and are just being like pulled off trains and put into the Ukrainian military, that is also very fucked up. And scary. Forced martyrization. Yeah, that's pretty ugly in and of itself. And Russia bears responsibility for it, for escalating things at this point, but that doesn't mean that Ukraine's totally absolved from participating in that also.
start with some of the basic questions I'm sure many of us already have, given the statements made by Vladimir Putin himself before the military action was pursued. The first question, of course, is that of the eastward expansion of NATO itself that Vijay has just mentioned. I think there is a very obvious question here. I think many people
you missed
might
a bit of VJ time, Red Scary. That's all you missed, too. There's been nothing else going
Eastern
on.
Europe
Nothing worth commenting on.
NATO in the first place.
So,
and of course, why was Russia refused membership of NATO, although it wanted membership of NATO at one point?
Prabir?
You're muted.
Muted.
You're muted. Muted.
You're muted. You got to hit the little bell, the little microphone.
I thought that was a Vijay question, but I think both of us should answer that. I think that's an important question, and it needs to have different ways of looking at it. One central issue that is there is what was the objective of NATO from
immediately
the beginning?
Snitches.
And as I think the first head of NATO had said, it is to bring US in, United States in. It is to keep Germany down and Russia out. This has been the objective of NATO from the beginning. And therefore, NATO was formed with the idea that essentially United States has to be given a role in Europe. And if we look at it, that's why it's called the North Atlantic Treaty Alliance. Basically, it is an organization for the two sides of the Atlantic. Now, this is the way the US also looks at Asia, that it's Indo-Pacific. It's not about people.
Thank you, Red
It's really about maritime power being used to project its power over the mainland. And that's been the strategic objective with which the United States has moved from both sides of Eurasia. One, the NATO part, the North Atlantic, and the other, of course, is looking at it from the Indo-Pacific point of view. It's rather surprising when a country like India also starts talking about the Indo-Pacific, because we're quite far from the Pacific if you look at the map. But it makes sense if you're looking from the American point of view. Now, if we look at NATO, it was obviously aimed at the Soviet Union. And after the fall of Soviet Union, a lot of people had argued NATO doesn't have any reason for existence. Now, it therefore had twofold metamorphosis. One is to become an instrument for becoming the global policeman. It's NATO which intervenes in Libya. It's NATO, of course, you can say it's always the United States, but NATO officially, which intervenes in Afghanistan. In Iraq, they couldn't even get NATO. So it became the coalition of the willing. So which means that some countries in NATO were out. They were not willing to be part of that. But NATO as a global policeman was the role that was being thought of after the fall of Soviet Union and basically of Eastern European socialist countries. Now, this expansion towards Russia, therefore, was a part of keeping Russia out. Because if Russia actually integrates with other European powers, it becomes a bridge between Asia and Europe. And that means the Eurasian center of gravity shifts from the North Atlantic, where Europe and the United States form the center of gravity of the world. It moves towards Eurasia. And with the development of the Chinese economy and with the development of other countries in the region, you are getting an economic shift that is taking place. It is not matched in the case of China with a military shift.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Also, there's a center.
GMO Radio, thanks for the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 5 gifted subs in the channel from GMO Radio. You know what that makes you? You know what that makes you, GMO Radio? An elite level member of the Friendship Triangle. Congratulations to you, and thank you again.
Of gravity then that is established in Eurasia. And this, of course, threatens strategically, geostrategically, the US dominance in the world in which European Union is a partner. Your question about Eastern Europe, now that is a much older history because Eastern Europe was essentially it was the consequence of the Second World War and the fact that Soviet Union emerged out of it as the much stronger European power. Its liberation of Eastern Europe from Germany and finally also marching into Germany. All of that meant that they had to decide what to do with Eastern Europe. And at that point of time, they decided with the Allies, they had to convert it to socialist countries, which were really, a lot of them were not only not pro-socialist, a lot of them had fascist groups which had sided with Germany against the Soviet Union. So that is that history we talk about, the Bandera history in Ukraine, for example, was really that. And you have examples of that. Poland, for instance, you have other forces over there. So a lot of the old anti-Russian, shall we say, revanchist forces also have come out. And they today are looked upon as the United States as the main allies against Russia, not the older European powers, who would still have their own identity and their own interest. And unlike United Kingdom, which is neither here nor there. So they have a different way of looking at the issue in terms of Europe than the Eastern European powers, who think that with United States help, they can integrate to the global economy faster. They're small countries. Therefore, their ability to do it is relatively easier. And some of them, like Hungary, were also economically relatively more advanced, technology, economy-wise. Poland is, of course, a bit of a mystery, which I'm sure Vijay can throw more light than I can. But all of it is we must also forget when we talk about Putin, let's not forget, Putin wanted, he's a Europhile. He was very much interested in Russia becoming a part of Europe. And in fact, it is a part of his anger against what has happened is the fact I don't want to call him the jilted lover, so to say, but the fact that he was so unceremoniously told that Russia has no place in Europe. It has to be always considered an outsider. And we will set the rules in Europe, not you. And I think then it's a question of respect. We have, after all, thousands of nuclear weapons. We are a major land power, and you're not giving us respect becomes also the angst that you can see in Putin's speech that he said, going back to the Russian history, the Soviet Union essentially forming Ukraine, blaming Lenin for having transferred parts of it to Ukraine. The social engineering that the socialist state did, the Bolsheviks did, is Putin is willing to think that that is of no consequences, but he wants the benefit of that, which is the Soviet Union, that should have stayed together and not dissolved itself the way Boris Yeltsin did. And he's not looking at Boris Yeltsin as a figure for that, but the fact that somewhere it was calling it nationalities, calling for the self-determination of nationalities, enshrining it in the constitution itself is a problem, rather than looking at how the plurinational state, as Vijay put it, negotiated rather.
See, the person that was in the chat earlier that was saying that I was mistaken somehow in my analysis of that speech where he talked about this seems to be refuting that, doesn't it? They were just talking about the movements of the late 80s, but he specifically talked about Lenin and the formation of Ukraine in the first place. Right? So I was right, is basically the point that I'm trying to make there.
Conditions in which it operated, different nationalities with very different ethnicities, and how to pull them together in the larger socialist republic of the Soviet Union. I think this is not an answer, but how to look at Eastern Europe. We should not think of Eastern Europe as something which, well, it was socialist once. Why did it become like this? It was socialist in spite, a lot of it was in spite of itself. Part of it was also its history. which is not really its history, but history of Europe and the war, the Second World War. I think a lot of it was a consequence of that. So, Vijay, to give a more reasoned and historical answer to what Subin has raised.
No, I think this is a complicated question. Oh, sorry.
Prabir has already mentioned the far right, the Nazis in Eastern Europe and fascists in Eastern Europe. So that was my second question. So when you talk about, when you come in with your thoughts, if you could reflect on that, that is, who are these neo-Nazis in Ukraine? What has been their role?
Yeah, so a few things. One is that there was, after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the dissolving of the Warsaw Pact, there were two ways in which these countries were offered integration into Europe. Europe was the preferred integration at the time and not reintegration with the Commonwealth of Independent States, which is the first name of Russia, CIS. Europe was the preferred place for integration because Russia collapsed. People don't remember this maybe, that Russia literally collapsed. The standard of living tanked, life expectancy, fell and so on. There was a serious problem. And Yeltsin, big boozer that he was basically there, taking orders from the Clinton administration in the United States. So preferred integration was not eastward, it was going to be westward, for just that reason. And then, of course, there are historical animosities there between, these countries and so on. But there were two platforms for integration. One was the European Union, which was partly political and partly also the market, that is to say, entering into the European integration process of allowing people to move without visas and all of that, the Schengen Treaty. So one was political and economic through the European Union, and the second was militarily and security through NATO. These are two parallel processes of integration of Eastern Europe into the rest of Europe. Now, it's interesting because in a way, the first flank, that is to say, the EU integration had its benefits in the initial period. Think of the number of Polish migrants who just went to Britain. And this was one of the spurs, by the way, of the Brexit debate in Britain. It was Polish integration into Europe. So initially, there were great benefits to Eastern Europe to integrate towards the West, to get, in line.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found
European
this
sentiment in Germany, in Britain, and certainly also in France. So there were contradictions in the political and economic integration. Security integration is a lot easier because that's about, in a sense, the United States lily padding Eastern Europe, to expand its own ambitions. This is very clear in Poland. Probably raised the question of Poland. Poland has drifted rightward ever since it joined NATO in 1999. And it has had its own misgivings about the first track of integration. That's the European Union. Doesn't like Brussels. It doesn't like the laws that come out of Brussels. It doesn't like the kind of racism that has developed against Polish people in the rest of Western Europe and so on. Doesn't like all that, but is quite happy to be part of NATO. In fact, just I think 2 years ago, Warsaw had a very important meeting to set up the so-called Bucharest 9, where Eastern European members of NATO met under the leadership of Poland. Poland has also made it clear that there are three important NATO countries in the East: Turkey, Romania, and Poland. These are like the anchors of NATO in the East. And for eastward expansion, Poland is a key player. On the other hand, Poland does not want total destabilization of Ukraine. This is going to mean millions of refugees driving across the border. Already hundreds of thousands of people are either across the border or trying to get across the border. It's not an easy solution. You can't prosecute a military form of integration and not have warlike situations and refugees and so on. So Poland, which has been...
Hello. Who's this? Who's here? The Surfs. Thank you for the raid, Surfs. Hello. Sorry, I was just like getting a water. Quick bathroom break. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Sorry, I was not there. Bring it on in here. Smash the follow button. Smash the follow button. Please. All right? Just annihilate the follow button. I'm Rob. I don't know if you're familiar with me. You can find all my links here. I think you can. Yeah. You find all my links there. Find me on Twitter there. I do this stream every single day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Usually during the day. It's a night stream today because I had to bring my son to the physical therapist earlier. So I did a night stream instead. That's a nice, crisp, unclean, unworn shirt you got on. Thank you. This is a freshly clean shirt. That's how I do it. We're trying to forget Ben Burgess's Rogan appearance. I did not have high hopes for that. And I understand that it was bad. So, not surprising.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Oh my goodness. Gen X Bushy, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. So, and if anyone else wants to subscribe, get the emotes. Join the community. It's a really wonderful community. The sub goal is, remember, it's just more of a guideline. It's not like a hard and fast limit. You don't need to pay attention to that. Okay, so I've been covering the Ukraine and Russia conflict for now a couple weeks. I've been trying to provide people with kind of a historical context of why this conflict has been happening. Talking about the last 20, 30 years of history in this region, going back to the fall of the Soviet Union, the NATO expansion, the Maidan, the Donbass, and this sort of civil war that's been going on for the last 8-10 years, and kind of trying to understand Russia's viewpoint about Ukraine and what has been going on there, how they view Ukraine as kind of a security threat. Some of these concerns, I think, are fairly legitimate when you talk about the Western influence, the Western interference in this region. The West pumping in billions of dollars of funding, arms, arming and training these like neo-Nazi militia groups, things like this. The West has played a large role in the Maidan, especially like backing the coup in 2014 and overthrowing the government, installing a pro-Western, pro-EU, pro-NATO government. I've been trying to point out that context a lot. I must admit that I was not expecting this like dramatic escalation, this kind of very dangerous escalation in terms of the invasion that we're seeing right now, which is very scary. But I am trying to look at now this, we're watching this video. It's from the Tricontinental Institute with president is Vijay Prashad, he's a friend of the stream. He's been on this very show, was here a few weeks ago. Very good conversation. This has been a really interesting and informative video talking about this historical context. And it's been really good stuff. I hope you enjoyed. I'm going to continue watching it now. But again, thanks for joining us, everybody.
Really ruthless against Syrian refugees, as an example, doesn't want any refugees to come in there. So the contradictions of NATO's expansion are quite
He's basically
dramatic.
My best friend.
This has also increased the neo-Nazi kind of activity. There are two kinds of neo-Nazis, Subin. One is, there is the neo-Nazi that is basically the anti-immigrant racist, who then dons the Nazi insignia opportunistically to go out and beat up immigrants. Okay?
Rob is more commonly known as the magnificent, magnanimous, mustachioed man of mystery. That's true. Many people do call me this. I've also been called the bad boy of Twitch, Stone Cold Rob Rousseau, any one of these names is fine. People often refer to me as all these things, so. And something that he's talking about that's very interesting here, the worm god, people say this as well. This is something that I was ranting a lot about at the beginning of the stream. The way that now this conflict has kind of exploded in this way. We're having all these talks here in the West about how we need to open the borders to Ukrainian immigrants. You have these like bordering neighboring countries talking about, okay, we're going to let in these Ukrainian immigrants. We don't need to worry about passports. Don't worry about, being these EU countries. Just come on in. It's totally fine. And just talking about the discrepancy between the way that we've been talking about these Ukrainian migrants, because this surely will lead to sort of a refugee crisis as people are displaced because of this conflict, versus the way that like Syrian and Libyan and Afghan and Iraqi immigrants have been treated, refugees have been treated in Europe and elsewhere. And just these sort of night and day difference between how we talk about predominantly white refugees that are being that are fleeing violence that's being perpetrated by sort of an official state enemy, versus predominantly brown people who are part of big migrant caravans and these big mass migrant crises, refugee crises, who are displaced because of Western military intervention and Western violence, and how we talk about and treat these two different sets of refugees. And it's very, very telling and very, very hypocritical. Something that we should not lose sight of. Not to say that we shouldn't welcome Ukrainian refugees, I think we should, but it's very, very telling the way that we talk about and treat refugees, depending on where they're from and depending on who caused the violence that destabilized the region that led to the refugees in the first place.
People who are necessarily coming out of a long history of Nazism. These are anti-immigrant thugs, essentially, who are ultra-nationalist and so on. There's a lot of that you've seen. And the Syria migrant was the figure that provoked a lot of this. But don't underestimate what Brexit did. Boris Johnson is out there in Warsaw and in Kiev acting the real hero. But the amount of racism generated against Eastern Europeans in Britain during the Brexit
and that's not even about brown people. That's about like Polish people and Eastern Europeans as well. Polish people have been a big part of the immigrant fear-mongering.
Eastern Europe has not been able to fully denazify since the 1920s and 30s. Hungary, for instance, has a very old Nazi or rather fascistic heritage, much before Hitler comes to power. There the aristocrats, the big landoholders in Hungary, held fast to a kind of fascistic attitude, a kind of feudal attitude towards the rest of the population. And they're ruthless. In those currents didn't die out. They continued. They were, in a sense, subjugated perhaps, but they have risen now.
I have no doubt some right-wingers in the EU will also hate the Ukrainian immigrants. That's very true.
So now these are people who actually
political class and the media class
Nazi uniforms in their closets. Unlike the opportunistic anti-immigrant, they went and opened the closet, put the Nazi uniform on, and went off there with their, jackbooting and saluting and all of that nonsense. That's there. Final point regarding NATO. Look, I think this is totally forgotten. In 2004, United States is in the war in Iraq, okay? 2004. 7 or 6 Eastern European countries, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, they all joined NATO in one go, okay? This was like the biggest entry into NATO since, I think, 49. In one go. Sergei Lavrov went to Brussels for the initiation.
VJ, you got to turn off your notifications, sir. Philippe says, while we're on the subject of hypocrisy, can you comment on how you think people in rich countries might react to a well-designed program of gas rationing? Not well. Not well at all. I mean, look no further than France, like 2-3 years ago with the Yellow Vest, the movement in France. The chaos that's going to become as a result of the fluctuations in energy prices that come from this conflict are going to have amazingly destabilizing consequences in the West and in all over Europe and everywhere. We couldn't even handle not even going to Applebee's. I mean, think about how people have reacted to that, to these very minor. I would say it wasn't well designed, but I agree with your main point. Well, that's the thing. Like, take a look at the West and the United States and Canada, how people have reacted to these very minor, like, yeah, don't go to restaurants for a few weeks. Wear a mask in Walmart and Costco. People are losing their minds like it's the fucking worst thing that's ever happened to them. So
you can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Uninitialized 2008. Thank you so much for the 12 months of Prime. So yeah, none of that says anything good about the what is going to happen when we start seeing very severe fluctuations in these energy prices. Not just energy, but like people have been pointing out, Russia also a huge supplier of wheat and other food exports for a big chunk of Europe, which is going to really drive up prices. People are not going to respond well. It's going to be really, really alarming, I think, the downstream effects of a lot of this stuff. The EU just declared gas a green energy resource. Russia's stealing our green energy. Ironically, the answer to this is to invest significantly more in green energy, which is what climate activists have been begging Western governments in North America and Europe to do for a long time, and it just hasn't really happened to any major extent. And now we're going to experience the consequences of not spending the last 20 years making these huge investments into green energy in the same way places like China have. Fitting 1,000 gallons of gas into the bed of an F-250. We are going to see there's some wild times coming up ahead this decade, folks. I don't know if you think I think people sometimes try to imagine that, things are going to go back to normal. Since 2020, it's just been crazy. Eventually things are going to go back to normal. The pandemic's going to recede into the distance. We're going to return to some semblance of normalcy. That's gone, folks. It's gone. Just say goodbye. Say goodbye to all that stuff. It's only going to get more chaotic from here. We got to prepare for this. Mentally prepare for this. It's going to get way, way more crazy than it already has. On Fox News, they're blaming all this on Biden's shift to climate change. Great. Yeah. Wait until the first 24-hour Netflix outage. Seriously. Yeah. Once those treats start to dry up, folks, here in the West, we're used to getting our treats in a timely manner. Once that starts to dry up, people are not going to be very happy. Pandemics, wars, climate change, all on a rotating schedule, and migrants. That's the result of all of these things, right? More migrants. More. If we think the migrant crisis on the southern United States border or in Europe is bad now, like think about the migrant caravans we're going to be seeing when huge swaths of coastline all over the developing world become completely unlivable. We can't even imagine, folks. We can't even wrap our minds around what this is going to look like. So I would wait till the water wars happen. All kinds of fun stuff coming up on the horizon, folks. All kinds of really fun stuff coming up on the horizon. That's why you come here, though. It's a scary time. People come here so I can talk you through all this, right? We need each other at this time. We need to have community. That's what this community is.
Ceremony. Okay, the Russian foreign minister, Mr. Lavrov, has been foreign minister for a very long time. He goes for the ceremony. And at the ceremony, it is made clear. Before the ceremony, Lavrov makes a statement saying that NATO has no ulterior motives in Eastern Europe. This is in 2004. NATO has no ulterior motives in Eastern Europe. And Russia totally accepted the entry of Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia into NATO in 2004. This is the contradictions of the Russian project. Why didn't they, right from 1991, continue the Shevardnadze Baker agreement and say not 1 inch eastward. It's not enough for me now to have people recover the not 1 inch eastward and say, well, 1991. What was Mr. Lavrov doing in 2004, saying NATO has no ulterior motive?
Point, Vijay.
You opened the door. What are you doing? Okay, this is a lack of actual strategic thinking. They accepted NATO advancing eastward. Only recently, after Maidan 2014, have the Russians said, oh my God, what have we done? What have we done? We are going to allow them to bring nuclear weapons to our doorstep. So we need to be very clear that this not 1 inch eastward was totally ignored, not only by the West, whom we blame now, but also by the Russians, by this government, by this foreign minister. So you want to talk a big game about not 1 inch eastward. Everybody has their hands in that pie, and who's going to suffer?
Point.
It's the people.
That's not something I'd really considered. I've been talking a lot about this.
This was a very big strategic error in 2004. At a time when the US was out there bombing everybody, Iraq, this, that, didn't care a hoot about Iraqi sovereignty. Talk about now Biden, out there with his brow furrowed, talking about the sovereignty of Ukraine, this, that, and the other. What were you doing in Iraq? You voted for that war. What about Iraqi sovereignty?
When it talks about Biden and Iraq too, I know that he's tried to rewrite history on this. It's not just that he voted for the war there. He was an enthusiastic supporter of the Iraq war, was a central component to whipping Democrat support for the war. The idea that he was he reluctantly voted for it because of the intelligence or whatever. He was an enthusiastic supporter of the Iraq war, which was a extremely destructive in terms of the toll that it took, civilian casualties, the huge migrant crisis as a result. This is why, as much as I agree with the premise that this current invasion in Ukraine is dangerous and scary, and I don't agree with it, I do find the moral grandstanding from Western political leaders to be really fucking sickening. Considering the extent, the way that the West has been treating other countries for decades and decades and decades. And it's only when someone that's not part of their little club violates the rules and the so-called rules-based international order, that's when they start really getting very grave about all this and talking about all the sanctity of borders and invasions and respecting your neighbors and all this bullshit. I have zero sympathy for these people. These people are absolutely full of shit, and do not like him. Enthusiastic supporter of locking black people up too. Exactly. It was one of his favorite things to do. This guy loves that shit. I think the 2014 coup is more provocative than simply moving NATO east. And yeah, and what Cinnamon Challenge was saying, what have we done? What has NATO done? I think it is an interesting point, though. I mean, because I've been talking about this a lot as well, the NATO expansion and how that's a valid concern for the Russians. But I think this point from Vijay is pretty interesting. The fact that when they did a lot of this eastward expansion, Russia was totally okay with it at the time, and only retroactively became really against it when they realized how cornered they were starting to get. I think that's an important thing to point out. Pretty cool to see all the cool stuff VJ's done. Seems like the only yesterday was just some guest on the show. Well, you got the Russo bump. I prefer to emphasize the current crisis and the suffering of Ukraine, but while we're on the subject of hypocrisy and racism, isn't this not even the most destructive Putin war? And, I want to emphasize that as well, Philippe, but I think now is actually a good time to continue to talk about the horrible, destructive, and violent wars that the West has been engaging in. I think we can hold these two thoughts in our heads at the same time. We can denounce this current conflict or denounce this current escalation. I think now is actually a good time, though, to talk about what the West has been doing over the last several decades. because it's like, I find it very, very hypocritical that people are treating this current situation like it's this uniquely bad or uniquely terrible thing, when it's like our own allies engage in this exact behavior, or much worse behavior, frankly. When it comes to Yemen, when it comes to Palestine, we subsidize this. We give them diplomatic cover. We sell them the bombs and weapons to do it. I think it's actually a good time to talk about that, to talk about the ways that the West is completely full of shit when it comes to our complaints about this. And we can hold these two ideas in our heads at the same time. We can denounce the invasion, the escalation that we're seeing right now. We can stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian civilians that are being terrorized right now, that have nothing to do with the Maidan and nothing to do with Donbass or the neo-Nazi groups or the Ukrainian government or NATO or any of this shit. They have nothing to do with it. We can stand in solidarity with them, but we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that this is the exact behavior that the West has been engaging in for years and years and years, and we don't have actually credibility in terms of our leaders. Our media leaders and our political leaders don't have the credibility to morally grandstand about this. We just don't. I think that's an important thing to point out right now. The U.S. has done and continues to do infinitely worse for the world. I mean, that's the thing. People have made the kind of Iraq comparison, right? And we've talked a little bit about the rhetoric and the way that it's similar to the whole shock and awe Iraq rhetoric, where he was talking about human rights and we're liberating people, and the way that the West kind of relies on this kind of language in order to justify the very violent engagements. And that's kind of what Russia is doing right now. They're taking these legitimate concerns, they're legitimate security concerns, and kind of talking about this process, this kind of almost noble process of denazification and this kind of stuff. And we're meant to just take that at face value. So I think we can make that comparison between Iraq and what is going on in Ukraine right now. One big difference, though, when we talk about this, is that Ukraine is their neighbor. They share a massive border with Ukraine. And a lot of these security concerns that they're talking about, even if you think they're being used cynically, are legitimate. The role the West has played in destabilizing Ukraine, the role the West has played in arming and funding these militia groups and encouraging this civil war and overthrowing the government and all this stuff. Even if you think it's being wielded cynically, these are real things that happened. Iraq, on the other hand, is on the other side of the world of the United States. All of their security concerns that they were talking about were completely fabricated and invented out of nothing, and was also a much more violent and bloody multi-year-long, almost multi-decade long occupation that created this huge vacuum and created untold violence and misery. So I think we can make certain comparisons to that, but also in many ways that analogy kind of falls apart when you talk about Iraq versus what Putin is doing right now in Ukraine. And that violence spread to other countries. That's right, yeah. Not just that, but the U.S. was happy to help Putin kill Syrians and Chechens. Yeah, that's part of it. The Syrian thing is maybe a little bit more murky because the U.S. was on somehow backing both sides of that civil war. That's kind of a whole rabbit hole to get into, which I don't really have the mental energy for right now. But let's continue this video. But these are just a couple points that I wanted to make about this, because I think it's this idea that we shouldn't be talking about what the West has been doing. We should be focusing on Ukraine at the moment. I don't really agree. We can focus on it, yes, we should, but I think it's actually a good time right now, as we see our political leaders morally grandstanding and talking about sanctions and what the West needs to do and putting more troops in NATO countries and stuff. I think that's actually a good time to talk about the violence and horrors that the West has been responsible for. I think it's important that we keep that in mind, while we also focus on Ukraine and what's happening there.
Listen, I'm quite fed up with the fact that when European countries are in a warlike situation, the whole world is in a crisis. Meanwhile, when they bomb Iraq and destroy Libya and so on, nobody cares because they apparently deserve to be destroyed. What kind of hypocrisy that is? But I just want to put on the table Mr. Lavrov, please go and look at your statement from 2004.
That is a very interesting point that I had not considered at all.
Just a quick note that actually Putin does raise this in 2007 in Munich. So it's somewhere between 2004 and 2007. The penny seems to have dropped.
we fucked up.
Yes, and even as the US talks about territorial sovereignty, the US has been occupying a part of Syria for quite a few years. They should get out of Syria first. Meanwhile, we have a lot of questions coming in.
Never actually declared war there either.
Before taking them up, I have just one quick question regarding what Putin was saying.
You think so, Sinchal? I don't know if it's victim blaming. I mean, I think what it is doing is saying like their concerns about NATO escalation, while somewhat valid, are maybe a little murkier than what they're making it out to be. I wouldn't say necessarily that that's what it is, victim blaming, but I think pointing out though that they kind of allowed this process to take place because they thought they were going to be part of the club is maybe worthwhile pointing out while they're now invading Ukraine with using this stuff as pretext. USA is occupying part of Cuba and is running an illegal torture center there. Yeah, yes they are. Yes, they are. We should not be letting no matter what is going on in Ukraine, and no matter how horrible it is, we should not be letting anyone in the U.S. morally grandstand about this. Biden saying shit like, we stand up to bullies. This is who we are. And it's like, you are the bully. They're the bully. Jesus Christ. Does anyone believe this? Apparently people do, though, because I've been looking online, and apparently a number of people do believe this.
To go nuclear. That is, it wanted to acquire nuclear weapons, something that Zelensky apparently said. Do you think this was going to be a serious threat, Prabir?
Zelensky had said this in Munich very recently, just before the intervention. And let's face it, what Putin is saying on this point too.
What the fuck is Zelensky doing talking about this?
Ukraine has 15 nuclear reactors. Some of them are capable of producing weapons-grade plutonium. So it's not that they don't have the ability. They have the technology of bomb making. They also have the technology of missiles, because after all, the technology resides in people's heads. It is not the technology is there on the ground somewhere. So yes, they have the ability, because one of the major rocket engine suppliers was and still is Ukraine. So they have the ability to do it. So let's not be, therefore, underestimate the capacity of Ukraine if they want to return to nuclear weapons. I think Zelensky was, if he had intentions of using the nuclear threat, I think this is a completely wrong time to do it, because what you're then inviting is almost an inevitable military response.
What's up, Zoobs?
Because that would be the big red line that Russia would draw. So I think that in terms of ability, yes. As far as willingness was concerned, and strategically or geostrategically, this was not on the table and should never have been on the table. As Zelensky has discovered now, that if Russia really intervenes in Ukraine, no country was going to come militarily to its support, and that was clear from the beginning. Don't forget, Germany sent the 5,000 helmets. I thought that was quite symbolic. So after that, they should have realized that nobody's going to come and fight for them. And that all the NATO countries were also saying that we cannot intervene militarily there. So what were they really thinking? That will the moral outrage of the NATO, or shall we say,
some helmets,
as I was saying, the settler colonials and the ex-colonial states really awe the rest of the world and really subjugate Putin? I think that was a big, big miscalculation. But yes, let's face it, Ukraine, if it wants to return to nuclear weapons, then it has the technical ability to do so. And that's not a political answer, it's a technical answer.
So if Vijay doesn't have any more thoughts on that, let's move on to some questions from viewers. One question is regarding the rationale of the Russian Communist Party. Reports are coming in that Russia's common people are demonstrating against the war against Ukraine. But the Russian Communist Party is supporting the current move, wherein Putin is traditionally the oppressor of Russian communists. And yet, this is what the Russian Communist Party has done to support the war on Ukraine. What is the rationale of the move by the Russian Communist Party? That is the question. Meanwhile, I was also trying to read the statement by Gennady Zyuganov.
Yeah, Charles Darwin, it's hard to see a situation that wouldn't be seen as being more antagonistic. I mean, obviously, we've seen nukes be a deterrent for invasion when it comes to places like North Korea. We saw what happened when Libya gave up its nukes, ended up costing them as well. So perhaps that's true, I don't know.
To refer to Ukrainians. Probably Ukrainians don't like the term. And it reeks of some sort of imperial mentality, if I'm not entirely wrong. Any of you, Vijay?
Sorry. Look, the communist parties after the collapse of the USSR and the Warsaw Pact, have faced a lot of problems. Let's first deal with the Ukrainian situation. The Communist Party in Ukraine has faced de-communist laws of some kind or the other. And every year, I have a few acquaintances in that world. Every year, they seem to be
It's just sad that so many former Soviet countries have been purged of their socialist anti-imperialist character and replaced with neoliberal conservatives inviting the West into their living room. Yeah, which has been a fucking disaster for actual average people, working class people there, right? Whether it's Ukraine or Kazakhstan or Lithuania or Albania or any of these places. Yeah, and people talk about how Russia went to poverty after the fall of the USSR, but I've been growing up in both. Age 7 to 10 in Russia in early 90s, and Ukraine had it worse. And I think that's an underrated aspect of this. Especially you talk about the rise of fascism in Ukraine. I mean, you can directly tie it to, everything can be tied back to this moment of the USSR collapsing and just these economies being completely annihilated and gleefully looted by these Western capitalists. Just the millions of people's lives that were destroyed. I mean, there's a direct link from that moment to this current moment. Ukraine is one of 2 countries to ban communist symbols. Yeah, and the Ukrainian Communist Party's banned as well, right? There's literally they're a liberal democracy and stuff, and they literally banned the Communist Party there.
be in and out of court, trying to establish their right to run in some councillors' election, some local election. Eventually, they were not allowed to permitted to run in the presidential election and so on. They have simply not been able to establish themselves. And I'm talking about Ukraine first, in Ukraine. So it's very hard to have, a serious political role.
What do you think about Ukraine forcibly conscripting young men who are trying to flee with their family? I think it's pretty fucked up.
Has really struggled.
I think if people want to leave, they should be able to leave.
And I'm not saying this from a position of anything other than understanding what it has meant for them to just maintain their existence since the 1990s.
Jesus Christ, these were
in Russia, it's
horrifying.
Slightly different. The Russian party there has, at least since the rise of Putin, has played an interesting role. It has, to some extent, become, taken a position very close to Mr. Putin of reestablishing the strength of Russia, depleted.
The biggest mistake in regards to the USSR being dissolved from a Western imperialist point of view is they let the Russian capitalists get rich instead of their own Western capitalists.
That Yeltsin placed it in, Mr. George.
They lost control and have been frothing at the mouth to try and get back in. I mean, yeah, that's how Putin's really tied into that, right? And Tyler Shipley, a friend of the stream, Tyler Shipley, had a really great thread about this, and that's kind of Putin's whole appeal was like after the country was looted by Western capitalists, he kind of carved out this new territory where he was kind of promised to stand up to the West, all while ensuring that he and kind of a close-knit group of oligarch friends would really profit from it. They would be the ones to profit from it and not the Western capitalists. And that has been a sticking point for the West since that time, right? That he kind of kicked out the Western capital and wanted him and his friends to get rich rather than the West.
George Soros talks a big game about human rights, but of course he made.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Hey, TYT. Hey, thanks for the raid, TYT. I appreciate it a lot.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Metal Kitty Mom, thank you for the 4 months.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh, my goodness.
This guy still yapping?
Really chill guy. Thank you so much for the 15 months of Tier 1. I am indeed still yapping. Here it's 10:38 Eastern Standard Time. I am indeed still yapping. Although I'm mostly relying on this video right now. We're just watching this clip from the Tricontinental Institute talking about the Russia-Ukraine conflict. It's been really, really informative, I think, to really, truly understand a lot of the context around this invasion, this kind of dramatic escalation that we've seen over the last couple of days with Russia invading Ukraine. I'm a big fan of VJ. VJ is a friend of the stream. I interviewed him a few weeks ago. He wasn't even really an interview, more like a friendly chat. We're kind of friends. We're kind of pals. He's basically a co-host to the show, like a sometimes co-host is how I would describe that. This is a really, really interesting talk to really delve into the historical context of this conflict, what has caused it, and he was hanging out with you anyway, so he said, might as well just switch on the cam. That's right, yeah, just might as well just throw on the stream. That's how it worked. So yeah, very, very informative, because again, as with any modern event, as I often try and talk about this, as with any kind of like modern geopolitical event, you can't really understand it without having a really firm grasp in the historical context. And I think this video is really providing a lot of that. So thanks again for joining. Smash the follow button if you haven't already. There is a possible hype train situation on the horizon. I don't want to pressure anyone too much. If you do want to subscribe, that would be cool as well. We don't need to hit on that too much. I have been here for almost 4 hours, and it's Friday night. I'm just putting that out there. But thanks again for the raid. I appreciate it. And let's get back to this clip with VJ and his comrades from the Tricontinental Institute.
Ruble. And
you can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
10,000 sandwiches. Thank you very, very, very much. 10,000 sandwiches for the gifting 3 Tier 1 subs. Thank you. That's 3 thank yous for the 3 gifted subs. And I saw Drew in Georgia continuing the gift sub as well. 10,000 sandwiches. Thank you, Drew in Georgia. He could be out clubbing with VJ and other important socialist commentators, but he's here educating you, chat. That's right. That's exactly right. Okay, I will start the video again. Now, please, no more interruptions. Don't own me and frustrate me and make me angry by interrupting the video, please.
For a decade because of what Mr. George Soros did to the ruble. I mean, if Soros is such a great humanitarian, he should turn over some of his billions of dollars to sort out the financial damage he did to that country, a criminal act against the ruble.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
In recent years, the Communist Party has actually played the role,
you, Drew and
started
Georgia,
to
for
play the
giving this
role
up.
of
I
an
really appreciate
opposition
that.
of
Thank
some
you.
kind to Mr. Putin. Very tentative opposition. I mean, Russia is having a hard time establishing its internal democratic processes. Let's be pretty frank about it. The election processes
We simply
have been
use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Ladies love cool VJ.
Thank you, Sophisticated Pills, for the 200 friend coin. Thank you.
Complain about these things, but then they end up just complaining to the West. They're unable to actually establish a ground level reality.
I think that's true, Philip. Yeah.
In Russia, and many of the early
I think both of those things
I have no choice but to stand.
You could see that in the photographs, and I spoke to somebody in Moscow who said that's really who went out on the street. It's upper middle class people who are dismayed by what's happening, and you can see that actually even in the photographs. But that was what I learned.
Not quite to the same extent,
could be wrong.
though,
Others could also be on the street. As far as the Russian Communist
Party
is
in Russia is still
at least Zyganov's
a main opposition
because
party.
there are several others. The largest party.
I get you.
They had taken a position on behalf of the Russian speakers in the Donbas region and had actually outflanked Mr. Putin. They were speaking in the Duma with greater ferocity about the ethnic cleansing and so on, and they outflanked Putin. In many ways, Putin's precipitous action took place really because the left in the Duma put a motion saying, let's recognize these two areas. Lugansk and
important
Donetsk,
to point out too. Of course, Putin's not some principled socialist when it comes to recognizing these republics.
Forward in the Duma.
But it was literally the Russian Communist Party that was pushing him to do this.
The bill to go through, and in many
simply
ways,
use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
This was a reaction to that. I don't think that's entirely the case. It may be part of the discussion, but in a way, what's happening now, I think the communists played a role in it. Although it's not clear that the communists are waving the flag and saying, let's go invade Ukraine. I think there's dismay about that. Just as I feel like we are also unhappy about that, about the military intervention. Now, I understand something needed to be done to protect the people of Eastern Ukraine. I completely understand that. Something needed to be done to
This is true.
Put
this
a
is not
message
popular to point out right now, but it's very
there's a red
true.
line here. All of that is true. Was there a need to land paratroopers in Kiev? Was there a need to fight near Chernobyl? Perhaps the other thing is that the Russians have a security aim, which is to build a land corridor that links Donbass to Crimea. That's not been discussed much. Right now, Crimea is linked to Russia through a bridge, which goes across the Black Sea. But perhaps they want to establish a land corridor. This is something that we'll have to see. Where are the troops falling? Where are the paratroopers? Where are the Russians moving forces? If they are attempting to establish a land corridor to Crimea, that kind of fact on the ground could be very significant in future negotiations. And by the way, finally, I just don't feel like the West is going to advance troops across the Polish border into Western Ukraine. I could be completely wrong. I didn't believe that Putin would land paratroopers in Kiev, but I really doubt that the West is going to do that. And one of the reasons is that imagine the situation if a Russian bullet pierces the armor of a US soldier or vice versa. I mean, what's the walk back from there? How are you going to crawl back from there? It's a very dangerous situation.
It's extremely
and
dangerous.
I think that's the reason why Wang Yi, the Chinese foreign minister, if you go and look at the readout of the call that Wang Yi had with Sergei Lavrov, it's an extraordinarily interesting call because Wang Yi cautions about what's happening. The Chinese just do not want this to occur. They did not want this military escalation. That was very clear from the foreign ministry spokesperson. Her comments right when this was happening are very instructive. So I feel like, there is going to be a great deal of pressure not to allow that stray bullet to strike
Ukraine is not strategically important to the West. It is in the sense that they can destabilize Russia and threaten Russia through Ukraine.
I don't know what the walkback will be.
It's useful in that sense.
Actually, one question from a viewer was about the role of China and its supposed support for Putin. Prabir, do you have any thoughts on that?
I think Vijay has already.
And here's the tricky thing. like when you're saying something needs to be done is a slippery slope, and yeah, sure, that's true. Here's the reality though, and again, it's not popular to point this out right now. The reality is though that there were ethnically Russian people in eastern Ukraine, in these breakaway republics, who have been dying in like large numbers for 8 years now. I think we can all agree that if that was happening in the United States and there was a similar situation when American citizens were being harmed in this way, the United States would not hesitate to fucking bomb the shit out of whoever was doing this, especially if there was a foreign power like China or Russia literally arming and funding the militia groups that were engaging in this kind of violence. The United States, of course, would not hesitate for one moment to bomb the fuck out of all these places with zero hesitation. I don't think we can disagree with that. And that's just the reality of what was going on there. That was actually happening, and there were crimes being committed, and thousands of people have died. I think it's important to point out that context. I don't think pointing out this context is necessarily a justification for what we're seeing right now, which, as I pointed out, I'm very uncomfortable with, because Putin bad. I've said this a number of times. In case anything was not clear, if anything, it's things that I'm saying. I do think Putin is bad. Putin bad. But that it is important to point out that context. It's really unpopular to say this right now, but it is true though. It is true. These ethnically Russian citizens in these breakaway republics were being shelled. They were dying in large numbers. And I mean, you have to expect at a certain point something is going to be done as a result of that. I don't think anyone expected what we've actually seen, including me and including, I guess, VJ and a number of the other people that we've been hearing from. But that is the reality, though. Okay, that's the reality. We have to acknowledge that. We can't just hand wave that away or say that that's just like Putin propaganda or you're doing whatever. That's what people have been saying about anyone that tries to point out this context. But I'm sorry, but it's important that we acknowledge that this was going on. I'm fine with being wrong with VJ. Yeah, me too. Ramping up of shelling in the immediate aftermath of declaring these breakaway republics too. That's another important point. Plus the threat of nuclear weapons, both things that have been omitted from Western media, were the invisible red line only Russia saw getting crossed. I don't believe that's true, Iced Morte. I don't believe that's true.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
I'm getting all the late night raids. I've been hanging in there, going a late night marathon stream. I'm getting all the raids. Julian, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it a lot. Bring it on in here, raiders. Smash the follow button. You do the honking. We love the honking. We didn't get enough of the honking when we were covering that whole Ottawa occupation. The honking. And now it's another honking happening right now. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. I'm Rob. I don't know if you need me to introduce myself. I'm always uncomfortable with that. Is this a pro-commie?
You can count on me. You say that. Have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Red Wizard, thanks for gifting a sub. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Red Wizard. The honking does feel like a month ago. Well, and here's the okay, someone's saying, I get helping the DPR rebellion. How do you explain Putin in his speech saying Ukraine historically isn't legitimate? Well, and that's why, least word, I've been saying, like, I do think it's important to point out the context, the very real concerns, the very real security concerns that have been at the heart of this. But we don't need to say that, like, that's the exclusive reason and that the only reason this invasion is happening is for these altruistic reasons. And that I think is when we crossed the line into kind of doing PR for Russia. And when we assume that it's only being done exclusively for these like very humanistic, altruistic reasons, protecting civilian lives and denazification and all this stuff, I think we're being we're getting worked a little bit when we assume that when they say these things that's the only exclusive reason that they're engaging in this occupation, So that's kind of how that's the kind of synthesis that I'm trying to come to here. Did y'all see that Kazakhstan declared they wouldn't join the invasion? Interesting, considering Russia sent troops to help them put down their rebellion. That is kind of interesting. I mean, it's a very fraught situation. I can't say I don't understand why these countries that are already kind of destabilized already are not willing to sort of go all in on helping out there. Thanks, Lodane. We are just watching now this. We're watching this clip from the Tricontinental Institute. This stream today. Vijay Prashad, a friend of the stream, my personal friend, Vijay. We're close. We're pretty close. And I enjoy the work that he does, the journalism that he does in the Tricontinental Institute. This video has been very helpful in terms of establishing a lot of the context in a very like a nuanced way that have led to this invasion. That's the video we're watching. It is getting late, and there's still time left in this video, so I am going to continue the video now. But once again, thank you everyone from the raid. I hope everyone smashes the follow button and listen. Join the Discord server. Okay? Join the Discord server. It's really great. It's wonderful. This is a wonderful community that, I think you should consider being part of the community. Whether you want to just join the server, or, you can get updates when I go live, when I do the show. I do it 5 days a week. It's also just cool. All right. So join the Discord server if you're nice. Okay. No one, if you're me and I don't want you in the Discord server, then don't join. Important to stress that it's not a cult. Why does Putin say Ukraine is run by Nazis? I don't see good evidence that Nazis have any real power. I mean, it is propaganda and it isn't, though. There is a legitimate argument about this. I know Gravel Institute put out a pretty good video about this a few weeks ago. I recommend people check out. When we talk about the neo-Nazi problem in Ukraine, and there is a neo-Nazi problem in Ukraine, it's not just about the few dozen yahoos in the Azov battalion. It is a lot deeper than that. Some of these militias have been fully integrated into the military establishment. There are people in the political establishment that have these ties as well. I don't think I agree that Russia is kind of using that as a pretext, kind of cynically, but I don't think we should just hand wave away that this is a real problem, though. Okay, let's continue this video.
Answer on that. I think China will not go against Russia. It will give it a qualified, what shall we say, support, qualified to the extent of saying that, yes, Russia's aims were correct.
I mean, yeah, you can point out that Zelensky's Jewish, sure. That doesn't change anything about the makeup of the way that these battalions have been integrated into the military and the way that there's people within the political establishment that do have these ties. I mean, it doesn't change any of that. The Goose cult is not a cult despite its name. Oh, that's good. So it's another non-cult. So we've got a couple of non-cults kind of coming together tonight. That's good. I like that. That's like the left calling Larry Elder a white supremacist. Well, not exactly, because as you know, when you talk about white supremacy, it's not just white people that can help uphold white supremacy. It's it's all kinds of different people. There's plenty of people of color in United States police departments all across the country. There's plenty of people of color in the military establishment who are ultimately part of a project that is upholding white supremacy. You know, it's not necessarily about what color their skin is. The meaningful thing, it's getting a little chaotic here. Oh my goodness, all these raids getting pretty chaotic here. Kind of exciting. The meaningful thing is that the Nazis and the far right were significant in the coup in 2014 and got government positions in the immediate aftermath, but Zelensky in his election was mostly a liberal centrist rejection of a lot of that. They haven't done enough to actually address the issue, but yeah, he's a liberal who wants to not alienate the far right. That's important to the regime. A lot like Putin not alienating his own right wing. It's a pretty nuanced view of it, I think. Let's continue this video, though, because it's getting late, and I do need to eventually stop streaming at some point. Here we go.
But it will not endorse the action taken. So that's what it seems to have done. And I think that's a legitimate part of it. The problem will be much more India's. Russia is our biggest arms supplier. And we are in the American camp, as we can see in the Indo-Pacific. Now, how we square the circle here is going to be much more difficult, because we found finally on the Iran issue, though Iran was our major oil supplier and a long strategic partner when it comes to Central Asia, our only route to Central Asia was via Iran, not obviously via Pakistan. So in spite of that, we had to fall in, support the United States in IAEA, and then, of course, went further, that when Modi's government finally stopped buying Iran oil, we couldn't really buck the US
Yes, you
sanctions.
should, Reedy Prospero.
So I think now, if sanctions from hell, as they say, are going to be put on Russia, what India is going to do, particularly with respect to the S-400s and other military arms that it buys, and it buys them much more cheaply than it buys from the United States, what it is going to do is going to be a big issue. So China is relatively clear. They don't want to rock the boat with Russia. At the same time, this was not clearly their preferred option. China has been always relatively more.
I'm sure China's not totally thrilled about this, considering they just
the correct line and
over the course of the last couple of weeks cemented this
I think they have a much
partnership with Russia that is now they're on the hook for trying to kind of like walk the line between not immediately throwing them under the bus for this, while also trying to be the cooler heads and trying to
we haven't talked to each other
encourage
that while we accept that the
diplomacy and this kind of stuff, it's been a
something that we
pretty crazy start to this alliance.
But the action that he has taken and the way he has taken them, that leaves a lot of questions.
One question is regarding something that Prabir just mentioned. What is the intelligent and tactical option before India now?
I think we are between the rock and a very hard place. We have to depend on the US to waive sanctions on us, otherwise they would operate, or we have to break relationship with Russia. If we break relationship with Russia, then we will see we are much more weakened in front of China, because as I said, the US can talk about Indo-Pacific because its interests really Japan, Korea, and the most Southeast Asia. But it doesn't come up to India. We think it does, but it really doesn't. So it's all right to gang up with the United States and make some noise vis-a-vis China. But when it comes to hard geostrategic issues, we've already partially alienated Iran, as you can see with what we have done with the port, Chabahar port. And now
this is China asserting itself as a principled peacemaker if they pursue limited sanctions and can be seen as the power reigning in their ally. And I'm sure they'll get credit for that in Western media. I think we can be sure of that.
Putin,
if they are the adults in the room that help resolve this to some extent, I'm sure Western media will be bending over backwards to ensure they get credit for that.
Summoning his two chelas, Putin and Biden, and being an intermediary. All that, as you know, is BS. So what we really have is a scenario.
Yeah, China's already being blamed for their part of the conflict in the New York Times. That was actually funny.
Play in this space.
that piece was actually quite funny. When they're like, China, America's like, so China, we've been accusing you of like genocide and all this stuff. And we're always talking about how bad you are and how bad you are in Hong Kong and Taiwan and Xinjiang and all these places. But by the way, though, could you like talk to your ally there and like help us resolve the situation that's completely gotten out of control? That would be great if you could like fix that for us. And China was just like, no. And they immediately just shared all the intel with the Russians, according to the New York Times. That was pretty funny. I had a little chuckle about that, though. Not Western media, but the rest of the world, it would be a good sign of them being a true world power. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that. No. We won't be doing that. Thank you.
Yes, the US says, okay, because you are with me on China, we'll let you have your special relationship with Russia. But the way the world
our leaders are in big time denial. It is very scary.
That
yeah,
space will be available very low.
It's not just a river in Egypt, folks.
Okay, so we have another question. Can you talk about how the US is trying to paint Russia as imperialist? That was something I was also thinking about. Whether this
We've been hearing a lot about
can be
this. I'm interested to hear these answers
the Russian
here.
government or the Russian state trying
Russia engaging
to grab
in is it Russian imperialism
of
that we're seeing
monopoly
right now?
capital. Vijay?
Okay, so this is an interesting conversation. I want to actually go back to China
and again, like I don't deny that I think Russia right now has some like designs about expanding their sphere of influence. It's not just about these benign reasons. It's not just about these security concerns, but it is about just like expanding their sphere of influence and creating them, going back to being this kind of feared and respected world power. The question is though, and I'm sure Vijay is going to address this, is that imperialism? Is it just imperialism when you invade another country? Which is not totally accurate, right? It's not totally accurate. It's not just about military invasion. It's also about control over financial systems. It's about control over information systems. That is not something that Russia really has in its capability, and that's what imperialism is. It's a the highest stage of capitalism. Full spectrum dominance. That's a kind of an important distinction because you have a lot of people saying like, oh, if you're anti-imperialist, you got to be against Russian imperialism as well. And you can be against this occupation. Certainly, it's scary. It's a dangerous escalation. But the question of whether they're imperialist or not, that's an interesting question, which I don't think is quite as cut and dry as some people like to say. Whose side are you on, Russia or Ukraine? Well, as I pointed out in Natonomics, I've been pointing out the very legitimate context, the very legitimate reasons that have led to this conflict. There's decades of Western intervention that have created this exact situation, and I think it's important not to lose sight of that. That doesn't mean that I support this invasion. As I said, it's an escalation. It's dangerous. It's scary. People are being terrorized. I'm anti-war, and this is a war, and I'm against it. I don't think it's quite as cut and dry as maybe some people are pointing it out. And I know it's not popular to point out some of this context, but I think it is actually important to not only point out the context of Western intervention in Ukraine that's led to this moment from 2014 on and from the fall of the Soviet Union on. And it's also important to point out the role that what the West does all around the world, engaging in the exact same kind of violence and horror. And it's why I reject a little bit the sort of moral grandstanding we're seeing from people in the media and people in politics right now. That is something that, regardless of the fact that I don't support this invasion. I think it's dangerous and scary, as I pointed out, and Putin bad. Also, if anyone's not clear about this, Putin bad. Okay, if anyone's not sure about where I stand on that, I agree. Yes, but I'm also think I don't think it's quite as black and white as people are making it out to be. Even if this invasion in and of itself is a pretty straightforward thing that we should be against. I'm pro peace, but let's also not lose sight of the context and the legitimate concerns that have led to this point, even if you think these concerns are being wielded cynically. Putin bad.
Come to this situation. One of the reasons I feel that, having read Wang Yi's the readout of the telephone call where he said we have to get rid of the Cold War mentality, I think that phrase is instructive. That the Chinese foreign minister effectively tells the Russian foreign minister, you've got to get out of the Cold War mentality. Everybody has to. Not only
Hassan's rating ending early. Maybe we'll get the Hassan
accuse the
raid.
West
That'd
of a
fun.
Cold War mentality. We have to get out of it ourselves. I think that's really interesting. Look, frankly,
I doubt it.
The Chinese are probably, I'm speculating now, okay? The Chinese are probably thinking, oh my God, and I've already mentioned this. Can you imagine if the United States decides to accelerate again and send nuclear missiles to Taiwan? Can you imagine what this would do? I mean, what would happen? Look how patient the Chinese are, okay? In, what was it, 1961, Indian forces under the leadership of Jawaharlal Nehru enter Goa, Daman and Diu and seize them from the Portuguese and integrate Goa back into India. By the way, it's really interesting. When China sent the People's Liberation Army into Tibet
Thanks
in
for
59, it becomes a cause célèbre around the world. But India entry into Goa was completely
We'd
normal.
love to see it. Thank you, Burnham.
The Chinese didn't.
Vijay, I must correct you on that. It wasn't. There's a Security Council resolution moved by the United States and I think UK against India. It was blocked by Russian veto, Soviet veto. Okay?
That's right.
I was in school at that time. This is well before your time. Let me tell you, I had Portuguese Catholic clergy running my school. We had furious debates how internationally India is isolated. It is supposed to be for peace, and they have done now a war. That is a huge global campaign against us in the Western media, just as it is against Putin. How India
it died out though, meaning it didn't stick.
It is difficult because the anti-colonial forces are on the upswing at that time.
That's true, but it didn't work for China with Tibet. And at the time, China did not send forces to reclaim Hong Kong, which it could have. Hong Kong comparable to Goa in a way, send in the troops, see what happens, a police action, as I think the government of India called it, a police action. Why they didn't do that. They have a different attitude, much more patient attitude, as Prabir put it. They waited till 1997, till the official handover. With Taiwan, I think they're also just sitting around waiting, and they don't want to see the West accelerate by putting nuclear weapons in Taiwan. That would just put the whole security issue upside down. So I wanted to say that in order to put on the table the issue of, what is the situation?
If you like Vijay Prashad as well,
what could be done, here? I think that the instruments are lacking for everybody.
If you like Vijay as well, again, friend of the stream, Vijay Prashad. He's basically my personal friend. No, this isn't live. This was from earlier today. But if you do want it, Vijay was just on this very program a few weeks ago. We had a really, really great conversation. I just linked the YouTube video there. Really, really good stuff. And I hope if you enjoy Vijay's work, if you like this video, please check out my interview with Vijay that I just linked. Subscribe to the YouTube page as well. Really, really good stuff. Basically about predominantly the jazz rock band Steely Dan. That's right. Okay, good. If you like Steely Dan, that's the main subject of the conversation. But it was really good though. I think you should check it out. The algorithm rated you. He's ended, and the machine told me to come here. All good. Welcome everyone. We'll take in those Hassan refugees. We are starting a Steely Dan pod. That's true. That's in the works. Yeah, that's right. Okay, let's continue.
I think that the Western powers simply don't have the instruments. And that was very clear in Biden's speech after talking to the G7. What could they do? They have very few instruments. They are not capable of actually properly sanctioning Russia. And why do I say that? The United States in the last 15 years has actually destroyed Europe's energy independence. They took Iran off the table. So Iranian natural gas couldn't come. That was the pressure campaign on Iran. Then they went and destroyed Libya. So Libyan oil, is barely flowing across the Mediterranean. And then now they're taking off Russian natural gas. So European energy security has gone for a 6. Inflation rates, energy prices have gone up in Europe. 5.6% was the recent number. I bet it'll be higher now with these statements about Nord Stream 2. It's not just for heating, by the way.
I don't think we even understand
that natural gas is used in fertilizer and all kinds of other products. European industry is going to struggle, and it's going to be very expensive, as we know from the Enron experience.
As a result of all this stuff,
it's going to drive people absolutely crazy. Natural gas, as Probi can tell us a million ways than to have liquefied natural gas. It's an obvious.
Yeah, and Natonomics, like before we started having a big argument about whether Russia is not imperialist, I think it's important to point out when we say, like, when we ask this question, we're not saying that Russia doesn't like take over a territory. They don't engage in this kind of like, they don't have like these imperial designs. When you talk about Western imperialism, though, it's a kind of specific thing, and it's not just about taking over territory. That's not all that it is. But it's about controlling these big financial systems. The IMF is imperialism. It's about controlling the flow of information. Like all this stuff kind of comes together. It's not necessarily just about taking over territory or when you invade another country. I think that's the point that I'm trying to make. It's not to say that they don't engage in that kind of behavior or they don't have these kind of designs.
This thing,
eventually I'll get through this video by the time it's like 2 in the morning.
By sea and so on. So the West has actually no options. They have no options short of actually just sort of, this pressure campaign that they're trying to
Don't
place.
say Outrun's dumb.
And in that sense, what Putin has
one of my top lieutenants
is actually called the bluff of the West. I am very much think this intervention was terrible, and I understand why other powers think it's terrible too. And I'm not talking about the West. I'm talking about the Chinese and others don't think it's a good idea. On the other hand, Putin has called the West bluff, and the West cannot do anything short of a full-scale war. And I'm not sure there's an appetite for that. We don't see the appetite.
There's no
within the United States. There's no appetite for it, and in Europe there is.
All they're talking about is sanctions, and they just seem completely like toothless.
They just don't want it.
They've been totally exposed over the last couple of days.
So therefore, what's the answer? Do you remember what happened in earlier interventions? Earlier attempts. But I'm coming back to the imperialist thing, Subin. The issue here is we need to understand that both Russia and China are extraordinarily dedicated to defending their borders and their interests. Why did Russia intervene in Crimea in 2014? And why did it intervene in Syria in 2015? I was in Beirut when those Russian planes flew into Damascus airport. And I remember asking the Russian ambassador about 2-3 weeks later, and he said everything has to do with the warm water ports of Sevastopol in Crimea and Tartus in Latakia, in the province of Latakia in Syria. He said we have no other warm water ports. This is a defensive
Please stop
act.
doing the amount.
We have to understand that both China and Russia militarily operate defensively. They have not operated actually aggressively outside their own interests. One of the ways we have to start thinking, narrowing the concept of imperialism is when you are using military force to suppress the ability of other people to raise royalty payments, wages, and so on, improve the conditions, create sovereign governments, and so on. You want to undermine that. That's an imperialist action. Here, what we're seeing is not imperialism. What we're seeing is essentially protection of their interests and their borders. And their interests, not in terms of the interests of Russian multinational corporations. Let me tell you something. The oligarchs, many of them domiciled in London,
thank you.
They don't want this conflict, okay? They don't want to have to face whatever sanctions they'll face internationally and so on. until Russia and China and other powers are able to create alternatives to the dollar Wall Street, IMF system, you can't consider them acting in an imperialist way. They are totally subordinated to the Western financial system. So are the Chinese, totally subordinated.
Kind of what
Chinese
I was saying,
can't reconcile payments, in around the world in anything other than at least some quantum of dollars.
Got to turn off that nose notification.
Some could be barter, renminbi, whatever, euros. There's a package, but some large quantum of dollars is involved. The SWIFT system is involved. 40% of China-Russia trade is in non-dollar denominated trade, but the rest is in dollars, guys. 60%. That's a lot. So, it's kind of trivial to consider this imperialism in a Marxist sense. You might call it imperialism in a liberal, emotional way, but that's not theoretically sound. That's just an emotional attitude.
Prabir, do you have something to add on this?
I think that is already what Vijay has answered. And
kind of what I was saying.
Only two small points. There is nothing to exploit in Ukraine and the way it's going down the tube. I think already you have the pictures, which is that it is among the 11 countries whose GDP has fallen in the last 30 years, Ukraine is, I think, the third lowest on that
Putin
scale.
Bad.
So that means it is on the fifth lowest. So it has lost, the per capita GDP has fallen from 1990. It had some mineral wealth, including gas and other things. They have run down the system completely. They live off the Russian gas, the supplies of Russian gas for themselves, as well as the levy they make on it when it goes to Europe. And in fact, the economy of Ukraine is far more oligarchic and a kleptocracy, the way it was in Russia during Yeltsin years. So I don't think that is a very lucrative place for the Russian oligarchs to be at the moment. And if Russia gets into any part of controlling Ukraine, they'll have to bail it out with a large amount of money to just bring its creaking infrastructure back into shape. So it is going to be a negative outflow from Russia in order to support Ukraine. Whatever part of Ukraine they get after this military operation, what its relationship will be with Ukraine in the future, I don't think we should pull out our crystal ball so quickly. Since we haven't been particularly, both of us have not been very good at it in predicting the war itself.
Okay.
Prabir is super cool. I'm not really familiar with him as much. I want to know. I want to listen to more of this guy. Though.
Economic sanctions. So, what may be Russia's thinking about combating the economic sanctions? So, I was also thinking about it. So, I was wondering whether such sanctions would lead to a further development of alternative systems, which I just mentioned about trading in the dollar and so on. So, could it be possible that other currencies, currencies other than dollar, or systems other than the SWIFT system, which is used for international banking transactions. So is it possible that such systems might further develop as a result of these sanctions? Prabir?
Well, clearly, both have made preparations for it. One because of Taiwan, South China Sea, etc., and one because what was going to happen or was happening in Eastern Europe and Ukraine. So both have made preparations for it. They know what the US level.
Philippe, I'm kind of interested about like why this is so important to you. You know, it doesn't meet the six-point checklist of my preferred Marxist philosopher, so it's not imperialism. I mean, just because I might not agree that that's what it is, doesn't mean that it's not bad. We can agree that it's bad, right? That's okay. We're just trying to keep grounded in the idea that imperialism, it does have a kind of a specific definition, right? That's all. It doesn't mean that, like, when we say, when we push back gently on this idea of like Russian imperialism and point to like this kind of specific definition of it, it doesn't mean we're saying that we think these things are good. We're just saying it's like it doesn't meet the definition that's the way we understand it. Okay, it's my way of putting the definition behind you. Okay.
Leverages and what the US lock that exists on the financial world, how well it would function, we don't know. And it's a completely an open issue. Can they really do something? It's now 3 countries which are going to face financial sanctions, irrespective of the return of Iran to the JCPOA, which looks like it could happen because now Biden also requires Iran oil to flow back into the international market. So
Russia just banned Facebook. Sometimes they get it right, folks.
Soft on the earlier hard
Sometimes they get it right
on JCPOA. But the point is, there are these 3 countries who are facing sanctions, and can they build the core of an alternate system? It's something to be seen. Russia has one advantage. It's not an autarky. It certainly is not, but it is also, in net terms, it is much less vulnerable than it was in 2014. Its foreign exchange position is sound. It exports a lot of goods, particularly to what would be called the Western countries, and therefore its balance of payments with them is really positive.
We already went over this.
They suffer,
we went over this extensively, and so did Vijay Prashad in this clip
as well, if not more. So what would happen on that? We have to see. But the long-term issue for the
I think important to point out when we talk about this idea of reconstituting the USSR, probably important to point out that Russia is not socialist. So when we say Putin wants to reestablish Russia as a world power, the way the USSR was, but important to point out, not socialist. So I don't think he's in the market to reconstitute the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, given that he's not socialist. I think that'd probably be one key difference here. But does definitely, anti-communist, and does definitely want to, I think, expand Russia's sphere of influence and expand their territory, and more than all that, be seen once again as kind of a feared and respected global power. I don't think we can deny that.
World is, can we have a financial system which is entirely controlled by the United States?
Putin bad,
and
by the way.
Internal laws operate on any other country because the external account is always settled in dollars. As you know, Iran has been sanctioned by a district court in the United States. It's unthinkable. A sovereign country.
Putin bowed.
And their assets, which were supposed to be returned to them, a part of it has been seized to pay for the 9/11 victims, for which Iran had nothing to do. Okay. And of course, Afghanistan, we have seen $3.5 billion being taken away to pay again 9/11 victims, and the other $3.5 billion will also be of Afghan money, will be disbursed by the United States through the aid agencies. So this kind of financial power that US is actually able to wield in the world, how do you take care of it? I think these 3 countries therefore have a vested interest to develop an alternate system, and China is financially big enough to
Very
actually
true, Red Scary.
at
I've been
least
saying
provide
this.
some kind
USSR
of
didn't just collapse on its own. It didn't happen in a
infrastructure for it
vacuum.
in terms of
It was
transactions,
dismantled against the
because
will of
it
its people,
needs energy
by the way,
from
illegally,
Iran
by
as well as
force,
Russia.
at gunpoint.
And they
as some Westerners
obviously,
like to
if they are
say.
sanctioned,
Facts
they
only.
would need advanced industrial products from both these places. And Russia has the ability, at least in a number of areas, to develop technology. It has done so after the horrible Yeltsin years. And it's certainly, in military terms, it's today, if not a peer of the United States, in certain areas, even superior to it. So given all of that, don't forget, people forget the thing, the moon race.
Also important
Americans
context,
won it.
Cape
Don't
Communist.
forget, even today,
In that speech.
the American
Important to point
rockets
that
are
out.
powered by rocket engines out of Russia. Okay, and that I'm sure will not be sanctioned, because I think the rocket engines they require will, before the SpaceX and others can replace them, are still going to be 23, 24. So you see that it is not very, there are interlocking elements in all of this, but the signal difference is all settlements are done through the dollar, and the SWIFT system has become
NATO is also
the way
bad.
the banks operate. How to re-engineer
is.
your own banks to operate through some other settlement mechanism is not just a question of will, but it's a question of technology, meshing. All of it is going to take time and political
Burnham
will to
Burglar,
do
you should
so.
spend more time
I think
here.
Fortunately for both Russia and China, we are going to see political
Now that you're
will
here for the first time,
by the
you should
fact
keep coming
that
back.
US
Do the
is
stream every
bent
single
on
day.
its, what shall we say, sanctions spree. At the drop of a hat, they want to sanction somebody or the other, and is also on an expropriation spree, with latest big victim being Afghanistan.
Just to come in on this, both China and Russia have
You can
developed
count on me. You're
financial
going to have good old
messaging
Rob
systems.
to talk you through all this.
China
Outrun, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Burnham Burglar. Look at that. Now you got all the emotes, which many people say are the best emotes on this entire platform of Twitch. Many people say this. Voice of America is crowing about how the Russia sanctions will hurt Venezuela and Cuba, so more backdoor sanctions on Cuba. And here's been the frustrating thing as well. When we see people that are like, oh yeah, I'm against imperialism, I'm against Western intervention, I'm a leftist, I'm against all this stuff, but look at what's happening, it's so scary, it's so terrifying, Putin bad, what do we need to do? What are we doing? And then they immediately just jump to supporting these sanctions. And it's like, as I've been pointing out, it's not the only reason that this stuff is happening, but Western intervention has played a huge role in bringing us to this point and creating this exact situation. And the idea that more Western intervention is going to be should be the response is like, I don't know what needs to happen for people to like start understanding this idea of like, we actually need less intervention. These sanctions are not going to obviously fucking do anything. And it will only, as sanctions always do, will only hurt ordinary people, not just in Russia, but like you're pointing out with elsewhere. Sanctions also, which are an act of war in and of themselves, which we don't talk about enough either. It's literally an act of war. And the ability of America to sanction any country that it doesn't like, whether it's Russia or whether it's Venezuela or Cuba or North Korea or any of these places, the ability of America to enact these sanctions regimes, which kill people, like in the case of Iraq, which killed kids, that is imperialism. And just because a country might be invading other territory or taking other territory, when they don't have that ability, or Iran, thank you, when they don't have that ability, that's a good sign that it's not imperialism in the way that we understand it, right? This is it's important for us to keep in mind. Well, it's only America and only the West that has this ability to enact these sanctions regimes over the baddie countries that it doesn't like. And other countries might do terrible things sometimes. They might invade other countries. They might destabilize. They might engage in similar sort of behavior. That doesn't mean, though, that that's what imperialism is. It's a very specific sort of definition. It's the rules-based international order. That's right. Whisper stream. It's getting late. It's getting late. It's almost midnight here. That's why I'm going into ASMR voice now. That's why I'm doing ASMR voice now. It's getting very late.
China developed it in 2015. That was the cross-border interbank payment system, CIPS, where the code currency was the renminbi. Then, of course, the Russians created their own thing. So, that was the system for transfer of financial messages. I mean, these exist, but the question is who's going to use them? I'll give you an example of this, Subin. Some years back, the height of the Indo-Iranian
I just don't think it's going to do anything.
Tension,
The main thing about the sanctions, and they've talked, like this has come up in this discussion, the fact that Putin has kind of called the West bluff on this, and that the only response they have are sanctions, and it seems like they made this announcement before this invasion happened. They're well aware of any of these consequences. They know full well.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
They know full well what the response is going to be. They seem prepared for it. They don't seem to care all that much. They do not seem to care all that much. Thank you, Drew in Georgia. It's funny that your gift sub went to TYT. I don't know if TYT is going to be using that all that much, but I appreciate the gifted sub, Drew in Georgia. Thank you. But yeah, it does seem that Russia is fully prepared for this, and they know full well that that's going to be the response of the West. And they don't seem to really give a fuck. So, TYT's going to be using that Kim Il Sung emote. Putin said all decisions have been made, all consequences have been considered. Yeah. Yeah. They seem to be totally prepared for this, so I don't think it's going to mean much. Why are we buying Russian oil? Do we not have our own oil fields in the U.S.? Well, the thing is, though, those oil fields in the U.S., that's not to resolve the energy issues in the U.S. That's to sell to other countries so the oil companies can make profits from selling the oil to other countries that want it. You see, it's not to help actually American citizens or to help them resolve their energy needs. It's to export to other countries so these oil company CEOs and their shareholders can make a profit from it. That's not for us. In the same way that in Canada, I'm in Canada, we're building all these oil pipelines over indigenous land right now. And they kind of make this claim that like, oh, this really helps us. It helps us to do this. It helps us have energy independence. It provides jobs to these communities. But the actual profits, this is the kind of thing that I try to point out anytime this comes up. Like, where are the profits going? Are the profits going back into Canada to like build infrastructure or do things that help people? No, they're not. Are they going back into these communities that are being displaced and poisoned? No, they're not. They're going to multinational corporations in like Texas and Saudi Arabia and elsewhere, and they're going into the pockets of their CEOs and their shareholders. And the idea that we benefit from this in any way at all is just completely false. It's totally false.
You may remember India twice voted against Iran in the International Atomic Energy Agency meeting, even though India is not a member of the Non-Proliferation Treaty family, doesn't sign it for all kinds of reasons. Anyway, at the time, I interviewed some Iranian officials, and Iran was selling India energy.
I agree with that.
And India was paying in rupees. Rupees held in a bank account in Calcutta. So I asked these officials in Tehran that what are you planning to do with all your rupees, that you have sitting in India? Like, are you going to collect your rupees? At the time, they were using this Turkish bank, the Halk Bank, before the US sanctioned that bank. So they could have used the rupees. And I said, why don't you buy grain from India? Because India is a big producer of grain. Even though there's enormous problems of hunger and starvation in the country, there's still surplus grain. And the high official of the Iranian government says to me, no, but we don't buy grain from India because Indian grain is of a poor quality. So where do you buy your grain from? Now, we're talking about a time in 2012, I believe, when there was a lot of pressure on Iran from the United States. Do you know where Iran continues till today to buy its grain from? From the United States. Iran imports grain from the United States, but they won't buy it from India. We have to get rid of this habit in our head, this belief that it's actually safer to keep your external reserves in dollars and so on. It's not just a matter of creating the infrastructure of an alternative SWIFT.
I plan on holding on to
People
mine.
don't have faith in it. They continue to have faith in the dollar. And
I got a suitcase
got to do with hundreds of years of colonial thinking. You've got to get it out of your brain. What's wrong with Indian grain? It's a perfectly good grain.
Come by.
Once in the 70s, there was a scandal about some disease in the grain or whatever it is. But those things happen to all grain, But he made sure to emphasize that point. We got to get it out of our heads. And I'll give you another example of this. In Doha, Qatar, an intelligence officer tells me that in the 1980s, the Qataris were interested in sinking a pipeline underneath the Gulf to get fresh water from Iran. And he said, we were all set, the technology is pretty straightforward. It's basically an underwater pipeline. Iran has had a big lake on the other side and so on. And so they were going to buy water from Iran. But he said, who told us not to do it? Who told us not to do it? There's a knock on the door. The CIA fellow or some yank comes in and says, we are not going to be happy if you do this. On the one side, we've got to get rid of this idea in our head that, the dollar is the only safe currency. And on the other side, you've got to get it out of your head that when they come and knock on your door and tell you don't do this, you say, well, shove off. We're going to try it, because we don't want to live under your thumb and this kind of pressure campaign. So this is a very long journey. I mean, I think what what Wang Yi is telling the Russians is you pulled the trigger too quickly. We haven't prepared alternative methods. If Russia gets heavily sanctioned, which they didn't, then the Russians would expect the Chinese to pick up the slack. But Chinese firms don't want to get involved with too many sanctions because they continue
that's
to
a key
trade.
point, right? Like they've formed this kind of very strong alliance together. That's VJ's notifications didn't turn him off. He's going boomer mode on this live stream. But it does seem like a situation of Russia going way too big, way too fast for how comfortable they are. I mean, we know about China's foreign policy and how careful they are in terms of not intervening and respecting sovereignty and selling to everybody, regardless of who it is. And you can tell, I think, even though they're trying to, they've made this alliance with Russia, so they kind of have to go along with it and sort of, if not support it, but not throw them under the bus. It does kind of feel like they got pulled into something way bigger than what kind of they were hoping for right away. It's a Facebook live stream, Rob. It's all boomer mode. Yeah. Anyway, oh God, it's almost finished. I can't believe we're going to watch this entire video. It's so late. It's
immensely midnight. With the West, not only with the United States, but with Germany, tomorrow. With France, and so on. And what this is going to do is it's going to push Germany and France further into the US orbit.
Tomorrow.
Whatever independence France and Germany had been developing, not only around the Ukraine question, but on all other files, will be to some extent now withdrawn. They are going to feel under pressure to line up. And I must say, the so-called left-leaning government in Germany is far to the right of the right-leaning government when it comes to issues of foreign policy and security. And the Greens are going to push for a closer alignment with the United States. So whatever independence Angela Merkel had been able to, slowly create, it's going to be withdrawn. And that's going to be bad for the development of alternative economic and trading
This is
systems,
some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Go lock hard
Imperial News.
Against the development of new trade and development practices. I mean, after all, the Europeans wanted to develop a new SWIFT system to deal with Iran.
Before midnight, you seem like a night owl kind of guy. I was in my heyday. Back in the day, Red Scary, I was.
Perhaps I could just mention something that I read
those
today.
Vampire hours. I got a 6-year-old kid now.
China's alternative system, CIPS. So by late 2021, CIPS had a daily average volume of transactions of $50 billion.
Hey, what's up, Eric?
Well behind Swift's
no end to the race. I'm just outlasting
$400
everyone.
billion. That would
this
be
is like the
1/8.
Iron Man match of Twitch. I'm just
but nearly double its volume
today.
a year before. Well, things are happening. But the challenges remain. We are almost at the 1.5 hour mark.
Yes, we are.
Could we take just 1 or 2 questions more and wrap it up? We can do it quickly.
Do we need to? Has anyone watched this video? Do we need to take the questions? Do we need to watch the questions? Can we wrap this up now? I think we're good. I think we're okay. I think we're all right. Everybody, if you're just watching for the first time, please smash the follow button, okay? Smash the follow button. Join the Discord server. There's a link right there in the chat. If you're nice and cool and you're not a snitch, we've had some issues. We've had some leaks recently. So, with that little caveat, my neighbor was slightly passive-aggressive to me like 20 minutes ago. I'm shocked at the lack of decorum. That's not acceptable, Eric. That's not cool. You're a very nice man. You don't deserve that. New followers will have to wait in line for canned fruits in the bunker. You know, it's like, I'm not going to spend a long time looking at this. And I already have 51 subs. I'm not going to like yell at people about subscribing more. If you do want to subscribe, of course, I appreciate it. I have been doing the stream for like 5 fucking hours. So if you feel like pitching in, you know, that's appreciated. If there's new people that haven't seen this though yet, I do think it's important to just take a look at this. Just, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's, I don't think I need to get into the details of like what this is too much, but if you do want to join the community, that's what it is about. You know, I don't need to get too much into the detailed explanations of it. I think it's pretty straightforward. You look at it, it's pretty, you know, I think it's pretty easy to understand. Visual cue. Really going through the motions. Yeah. I'm tired. I think this is one of the longest streams I've ever done. I thought it would be the Sorkin clip. I think we can retire that one for tonight.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Squatch, thank you so much for gifting a sub. Letting me off the hook there. Thank you. And you're getting very close to going back in sub jail now. So watch out. I would watch out. He doesn't normally talk this sexy though for the new folks. I'm feeling maybe I should. Considering the reaction here. Also important to point out when you talk about this community and the friendship triangle and all that stuff, not a cult. Okay? Just couldn't be more clear about that. It isn't a cult. It is not a...
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
It's not a multi-level marketing scheme. It's not a pyramid scheme, certainly. As you can see, it is a triangle. It's a triangular shape. It's two-dimensional. So, just a normal community. Nothing wrong with it. Cape Codmunist, thank you so much for gifting a sub as well. Cape Codmunist. I appreciate that. What's Stu doing right now? Yeah, we can do that. Thanks again for watching tonight, folks. This was fun, right? We had fun. It was good. Thanks for the modding skills, Outrun. Oh no, crad babes. You'll be okay. You're gonna be okay. It's gonna be fine. I'm just gonna stare at the camera until the end of the stream, alright?